Hi, Base. How are you? Um, um, um. So well, I feel like I'm a bit better, but definitely not 100%. Guitarist, thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. 9 months. Thank you very much. Glad you're feeling better. Yeah, like, you know when like better. Not 100%. I feel like last week I was like 30%. I felt rough last week. Excuse me, but this week I'm more in like the 70s. Good morning, Flying. How are you? Doing pretty good. I'm hyped for a new game coming out today. It's called Star Sand Island. It's a very pretty farm life sim. So yeah, it was rough. Oh my god, yeah, I was not the best. But I was spending most of those days just reading. So I was trying to rest. So that was me. That was me after I was rested as well. How bad was that? What was I going to say? There's a game that's come out called Relooted, and I think it looks really good. I'd really like to play it. I need to remind myself to get it. It's when you it's called Relooted, and the bio is reclaim real African artifacts from Western museums in this African futurist heist game. Recruit crew members, plan escape routes, acquire the precious cargo, and bounce out of the joint as fast as you can. It looks so fun, doesn't it? Look cool. Waiting to play Mugenics, Binding of Isaac creator. So we're all excited for new games. I'm excited for some. I mean, I'm clearly excited for certain games this year, but I saw that one. Is it out yet? Let me have a quick look. Introductory offer. Yeah, so it's out now. Yeah, that one's on introductory offer. It's got 10% off on Steam if you choose to buy it. I wonder where else it's available. I feel like I don't know. Where else? Where? How do I get to the website? Is it? Do they have it on like Switch as well? Relooted. Okay, can't find out. Hi Striking, how are you? Mugenics is out. I'm well, thank you. Had big changes going on at work. My job is under new ownership. A family member was laid off. I'm just getting ready for next busy season of the spring. It's hard not working with my uncle, but I'm managing here. Whoa, that must be pretty brutal. I'm assuming you probably worked with your uncle for quite a long time. Hi Chris, how are you doing today? Oh, chat. You know how I don't know if you saw it yesterday. I was using like the cream palette. Zero, thank you very much for the 62 months. Thank you so much. I was using the cream palette yesterday. Oh my god, it was like I think it wasn't really cream. It felt like a grease paint, but it's awful taking that one off. He's basically my second dad. Oh no, you just got laid off just like that. Hi Raina, how are you? And on Tuesday, the prequel of my all-time favorite game comes out. A game called The Forgotlings. It's all about things that are lost coming back to life in an alternative dimension. That's pretty. That's such a nice idea. I like that. What's new with you, Raina? I think this light could be a little bit warmer. So I don't look like I'm that dead. Someone that never liked him became my new CEO. I really can't stand stuff like that. Thank you so much. There's a new film called The Bride, and it's about Frankenstein's bride. And so yeah, it's literally The Bride. That's literally all it's called. It's a very simple makeup, but forgive me. In some of these photos, she kind of looks a little bit like Lady Gaga. I think because of Lady Gaga's new style. I'll get you a photo. Here, look. So in this one for The Bride, this is her after she's been brought back, I think. So can you see on her mouth there, she has this interesting stain that like flicks up the side, and it's inside her mouth as well. So this is like, she's been brought back. I don't know much about the film. I saw an advert for it, and I was like, oh, that looks interesting. So I thought, so what I decided to do today, so just for your context, I have a call later on with a client, and so I don't want to do something that's going to take me forever. So I thought, well, I was going to do a different makeup look, and then to be completely truthful with you guys, it took me forever to find my rhinestones. I could not find them for the life of me. Anyway, I found them, because what I want to do is I want to do this. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? It's just really interesting. Thought, what an interesting design, because it's easy to replicate as well. And that's one of the things that I really like about certain makeup looks, is when they're accessible. So I thought, I'll recreate this and it'll be a simple one, then I'll try and rhinestone the whole thing. It's interesting, isn't it? It's really cool. So I'm not sure about the hair. Keep like matching the hair or anything. I don't know, because she's also got like bleached eyebrows and such as well. So I might just try and focus it on like this bit. I think it's a Warner Brothers film. I'm not sure. I think I saw Warner Brothers posting about it, but I don't remember, to be honest with you. You guys know I don't really care about socials. Well, but yeah, it's called The Bride, and it's the guy who used to play Batman is Frankenstein's monster. Christian Bale, it says on this here. And Jessie Buckley is the bride. I don't really know these people, but yes, I'm sure you guys might know. The Case of the Missing Rhinestones. I know, and do you know where they were? They were on my trolley. I don't know why they were there. They're meant to be in my, like, oh, I don't know, there's like a space race myself. I don't know what happened. Anyway, whatever. Found them. Hi Kings, how are you doing today? Hi Xavier, how are you? Okay, so yeah, I got a call later on with a client, so I don't want to do something that's like super massive, which honestly I wanted to do another big look today, but then I was I struggled to wake up this morning. I set my alarm and I felt so tired. But one of the good things about my job is that I'm able to get a bit more rest if I need it. So I was like, I'm gonna have a bit more rest. And so then I was like, oh, I can't really do like a massive makeup look now because I've got a call later. But that's okay. So I thought, oh, I wanted to do this anyway. Then I could put on my rhinestones. Felt silly. So my one trick for trying to look awake is to use a color corrector, and then just kind of put that around the eyes, like round here and round here as well, and then suddenly you don't seem to come across as tired. And then I usually just pat this in. I think for this one as well, I might have to clean off my eyebrows a bit better. How much colour corrector can I put on the day without it being obvious? The limit doesn't exist. Sometimes I just wear colour corrector and no foundation. Actually, that's most of the time. Oh, I need a tissue again. My nose! My nose! Stop running! Oh. Hi, Adorable! Stop running! Ugh. Okay, let's go in and do my normal makeup, but I guess with the normal makeup, we'll keep it kind of like a bit more bare. I say that, I'm probably not gonna do that. You know what I'm like. So I'm just gonna stand here and lie to myself, is what I'm gonna do, and is what I've just done. So yeah, let's do that. And I'm gonna put some foundation on, because obviously her look is very, very bleached. I'm kind of interested in the storyline for this film. I hope they do something a little different with it. I like it when they reinvent stories. So I'm kind of interested to see what they do. I'm not sure I'm going to go to the cinema for it, because a lot of you lot know that I don't really like going to the cinema. I'm going to try and... So my new thing with foundation, applying and makeup is I'm not really applying much here for obvious reasons. I keep blowing my nose. And I always had a lot of issues with applying foundation across my nose bridge and then wearing glasses. So I guess it's kind of a bit more of like a lucky for me thing, but now I apply foundation in such a thin layer, more so just to slightly even out the colour, the skin tone. So I don't really put any makeup there. That's how I've been like getting around it. So trying to just not have makeup in those areas at all. I was at football till late. Did you have the best time, Kings? What match did you watch? Was it a local one or was it a biggie one? Did you have something before you started? I did. Ghost does some baking and he baked buns for breakfast. So I had one of those. Shiny. But I appreciate it's like, I don't really have like a very red face. So those of you who have very, very particularly red faces and you struggle with that, then I appreciate what I'm doing isn't necessarily the answer. A recipe, I saw a recipe to make cinnamon rolls for last night. Oh really? Oh my god, that's so nice. Do you just have like stuff in the house that you can use to like bake at any given moment, striking? Like when inspiration strikes. The title is wrong or just me? It says The Bride on my end. So flour, sugar, cinnamon, and yeast. Oh, so you kind of like have pretty much everything. I don't have eggs in the moment though. You don't need them for cinnamon rolls, nice. I want to think about that. In the clouds specifically. But sometimes when they say like there could be life, sometimes when we think about life, I think sometimes it could just be like bacteria. Like it doesn't, hi, Absolute, how are you? I'm not saying like that you're misreading stuff. Yeah, so sometimes I'm like, I think sometimes when they say I think sometimes when they say these things in headlines, people get the idea there's like dinosaurs, like pterodactyls. But I mean, headlines nowadays are often, unfortunately, quite misleading, aren't they? But even if there is up to it, that's insanely positive. It is. Sorry, I'm not trying to detract away from that, and it sounds like I am. I'm so sorry. I realise it does sound like that completely. I sometimes, I think I've been getting frustrated with some headlines sometimes when they're like, "Oh my god, dinosaur." Sounds like a B movie. Pterodactyls from Venus. I've seen quite a few of those silly films, and some of them are genuinely. I'm not really sure how they even make it to places. Do you know what I mean? The worst one I think I saw was House Shark. Genuinely, that was one of the worst things I think I've ever seen. I couldn't finish it. I tried to watch it in Discord, and after a while, I just turned it off for everyone. I was like, no, it was awful. It was so bad. Could you remember MODOK? MODOK was terrible as well. That wasn't even that was awful. When I was trying to watch I used to put all of the Marvel series in Discord for people to watch. When I would do MODOK, it would make me laugh so much. I would be like, okay, everyone, I'm starting MODOK. There'd be one person watching it with me, and then afterwards I'd be like, okay, everyone, we're gonna watch Guardians of the Galaxy now. 20 people. No one cared. No one. Even I was like, mate, like, I would be watching it, just kind of like putting it on just so you guys had somewhere to watch. I was just, but like, even I was like, I don't know what I've just seen. Yeah, MODOK was awful. Hi, Les Banana. Good morning. $5 minutes. Oh my god. Yeah. No. Look, I really tried. I think I got to. If there was 10 episodes, I got to like 7, and I was just. And by that point, I think I was ruined. I felt like I had been soul crushed. I felt destroyed. And I was like, I think it was like halfway through an episode, I was like, we're not doing this anymore. And I think the one person who was watching it with me was like, yeah, I just wanted to give you some company. Oh, so funny. You lot are way too nice to me. You really are, honestly. Too much. I rolled my eyes so hard when it showed up in Ant-Man 3. I hate that film as well. I genuinely, there was not much about that film that I liked at all. Yeah, that was, wow, that was something. There's an old black and white horror film about a monster attacking planes, and the actors didn't get to see the creature until the film was shown in the theatre. No! Oh, that's kind of funny. So I guess she's like kind of dead, right? So she's not going to be wearing blush. I'm trying to look at photos. I don't think she'd be wearing any kind of blush because she's kind of like low-key dead, do you know what I mean? But she's not, but she is, but she's not. She's not. But I almost walked out of the cinema, but I stayed because it still had one interesting character in it. I think I haven't been to the cinema enough to have, she's kind of half gone. To have seen enough stuff that I would walk out of something. genuinely, if I was gonna, I think if there was a moment I would have walked out of the cinema, it's because of the audience. That's why I don't go to the cinema anymore. I've had really poor experiences with the audience. Like, they're just, I think it's a bit, I just think they were really rude. Not directly towards me, but I remember just thinking like, what? So I really didn't like that. Watch the film. Yeah, it's crazy. We've all been there to watch the film. And I was just a bit like, I don't really know why we're doing this. And I kind of thought it was a one-off. But it wasn't. Like, I've been to... Oh wow, that's really ugly. I thought it was a one-off, but I've been to the cinema I think like 2 or 3 times since then. And I've had to walk away from people and sit in different seats. Or I've just had people consistently talking. The one where they were consistently talking and I would even be like, can you not? Was when, and I don't, please understand, like, I would never do this again. I paid to go to the cinema at Leicester Square. I thought that the screens would be bigger because it's in Leicester Square. They're not. Don't do that. Don't spend. It was £25 for a ticket to watch the film. I thought it would be a bigger screen. It wasn't. It was a normal cinema. And I was thinking, I was like, these people behind me are just watching. Sorry, these people aren't watching. So why have you spent £50 to sit here and have a conversation? And I was so annoyed because I wanted to thoroughly enjoy that one. Because I spent so much money on it. What else did I go and see? I went to go see another film. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Genuinely can't remember what it was that I really wanted to go watch. And I kept turning around to be like, why are you talking? And then when the film started, I just went and moved. I basically sat in the front row because I was like, these people wouldn't shut up. I kept doing that spam. I asked them to be quiet. They wouldn't do it. They'd just be like, they kind of like treat you as if like, don't tell me what to do. And I just think it's so entitled when you're like, can you not talk? And then the one that really, really annoyed me and made me be like, I don't think I want to go to the cinema anymore, was somebody started playing Loud Prawn at the beginning of the film. And I was about to shout, shut up. And then everybody else in the audience found it really funny. And then they just wouldn't stop talking. It's actually correct. Is it? I didn't know. But I didn't know at that point that you can walk out of the cinema. I didn't know that you could walk out of the cinema and get the money back if the film hasn't like gotten that far through yet. Hi Gothic, how are you? I didn't know that. So I kind of was just like, I don't want to waste my money. So I just kind of watched the film as they just wouldn't shut up. And I just don't understand what happened. It does to me feel like since COVID, people have done this and have got really poor etiquette regarding films. But yeah, so I don't really like going anymore. I really don't. I'd just rather wait for it to like go on a streaming service and then hopefully I can watch it then. Because I'm just not really interested in going to the cinema anymore. It's expensive to go in a few cases from where I've been. I'm not consistently trying to go to Leicester. And a lot of people are quite disrespectful, so I don't really have a nice time there anymore. I agree, Kings. I wish there was more like enforcement on things like that. Gothic 9 months is unreal. Thank you very much. Thank you. I went to the cinema in Nashville that had the biggest screen I've ever seen. The screen was wider than all the houses on the block. Whoa, that's crazy. Especially with how good home setups can be now. Often you have a better sound at home. The sound isn't really like something that I notice too much because I've never really been a big fan of audio. But certain things to me which I just prefer is being able to pause it. And I like having the subtitles as well. So I just have a better experience at home. It's better for us to have subtitles overall. at home, because for ghosts, sometimes, especially if they speak quite quickly, or if they if they mumble, it's really hard to understand what they've said anyway. But I mean, English isn't his first language. That doesn't mean he's not extremely fluent, but sometimes it's hard to pick up what they're saying. So, and then I feel bad for him in the cinema. He's like, what did they just say? Because I'm aware that he's kind of talking, but he's not fully talking. So it's just easier. I just much prefer it. Pause it a minute. Yeah, to the projector guy. Pausing, going back. Yeah, so much on movie watching. Where I was like, wait, can I go back? Yeah, sometimes it's like, oh wait, did you see that? And yeah, and I just enjoy films. I prefer to enjoy films that way instead. I just don't have a nice experience in cinemas. I cannot remember the last time I enjoyed going to the cinema and having a good experience there. And I know that's so rubbish, but I just don't. It's like, sorry, when I've paid for it. When I've been to like events and stuff, it's different. Because obviously everyone's a bit like, oh, you know, we've been invited here. But yeah, I also need, because most modern movies are terrible. That's what people have been telling me. And I thought that was really interesting. It seems like a thing where a lot of people are like, yeah, the movie audio now, the mixing isn't what it used to be. It makes sense that a lot of people need subtitles because it's hard to hear. I also don't really care for like cinema snacks, so I don't really feel like I miss out there either. Hi Infernal, how are you? But it was like a nice experience. If I've been to like IMAX or an event, then it's usually a nicer experience, but I mean, I'm not. IMAX because they've got like people to like enforce stuff. But yeah, I just don't really like cinema anymore. You like 5 gift subs for one? Yeah, it's so expensive, isn't it? Yeah, it's not for me. Have you been invited to a premiere red carpet thing? I have, but when they invite you, they're like, it's like the next day. I think a lot of people kind of get the impression that like you know about it months in advance, but you don't. They're usually like, sometimes they're like, oh yeah, it's in 2 days time. And you're a bit like, well, I can't get travel by then. You can't, it's too last minute. But sometimes I think they invite me last minute as like because they had no one else to invite. I mean, it's not like, oh, you know, still got an invite anyway, but like, it's not easy to go to these things, put it that way. Unless you live in London, because a lot of events cater towards creators and influencers who live in the cities. But a lot of people don't. So that's why you always tend to see the same people going to the same events, or well, not the same events, because obviously what event, like the same kind of like venues all the time. It's because they just live there, so they always get invited, and then they go. So then people are like, "Oh, I'll invite you again," and I'm not like crying about it and being like, "Oh, it's not fair," because like I wouldn't travel 5 hours to go to the cinema. Genuinely, I wouldn't, unless it was for a film that I genuinely cared about, or you know, something important to me. No. By the time I go to the theatre is for queer events, like watching Rocky Picture Horror Show for the 900th time amongst a bunch of gays, which to me sounds a bit more like it's like an experience, doesn't it? It's like a thing. It's not necessarily just to watch the film. Farm market, shop for vegetables and fruits, then go to the cinema, more fun, which is fine if that's, you know, something that you prefer. But I just prefer to watch films at home now. It's a shame that, but I mean, I've said this consistently that I think I would enjoy going to the cinema more if, I know this is a lot of money and I'm not discrediting that. I just think cinema seats should have an audio jack in every single armrest. And I think that headphone companies like Bose and Sennheiser should come out with cinema quality headphones And I think you should be able to plug your own headphones in like you can on airplanes. Then that way, you don't have to worry when other people are talking, because you can't hear it. Then, like, people would probably steal them or break them. Yeah, but you keep them with you. I'm not saying that they leave them in, like, you would purchase your own cinema headphones, is what I mean. Like, you're like, I want these headphones, and then you bring those with you to the cinema. And then I think at the cinema, they still have like the sound, but if you want to, you can plug in. And then if there's an announcement, like on an airplane, where, oh, there's an emergency evacuation, then like you still hear that over the headphones anyway. Like it's like a whole thing that goes throughout the whole audio of the whole cinema, so everyone hears it. I've been to one of those. Then I don't think they're that great personally, but but equally, you know, maybe it's cool if you want to do it for the first time. Or you could hire the headphones, yeah, with like a fat deposit, and you could get like crappy headphones like you do at the like on an airplane. But I genuinely just think you should be able to bring your own headphones. I think that would make the experience a lot better, because I'm still happy to see it on like a bigger screen, but I just want to be able to hear it properly for myself. So I just think that, because I mean, I feel like a lot of places would benefit from that. Like, I think a lot of companies would have a great time selling cinema headphones, even though they're not really cinema headphones. You end up bringing the audio, like the jack cable, back for some of them as well, I guess, and some people would be happy for that. I mean, I would. And then, so they would make more money, and then more people would probably go to the cinema. Me, I would go. So I just think things like that would make the experience a lot nicer, in my opinion. But I mean, yeah, it's a lot of money to be like, oh yeah, we should all just do this. Yeah, I just think that would be a lot better. It was a lot of faff. I had to go super early, then sit and wait for ages. Didn't get to really be able to socialise afterwards. I saw the rock from like 3 meters away. For me, I'm just like, I don't really care about celebrities either. So I think for me, genuinely, it's not like something I'm really too concerned with, but yeah. In like 15 years, that's happy, but I need to go sit at the theatre now, especially now with streaming. I can wait. Yeah, that's another good point. Happy to wait. The only one for me was, I was worried. It's not that I felt like I had to go see it because I was so desperate to see it. I felt desperate to see it because I was so scared of people spoiling it, that I was like, I need to beat them to it and watch it myself. And that I don't think, but I think that's genuinely like not really a fair reason. And I don't think it's a fair reason, because I don't think people should be running around spoiling things in the first place. But I mean, we've all seen like YouTube thumbnails now. Constant cleaning and theft. People would probably rob them. Your own headphones. The last movie I saw was like midnight. Showing now. Were for Lord of the Rings. Whoa. Because I'm kind of thinking like, you're not leaving your headphones there in the hole or get crumbs in it. Yeah. I'm sure there's ways around that though, because like there's ways around it because they do it on airplanes. Like I don't think it's like a new concept. I think it would just be a new concept for cinema. Yeah, spamfish, it's so terrible when they do it. It really bothers me. I've seen people leave their seats in such a state. It's embarrassing just seeing it. Oh my God, Striking, for real. Genuinely, I am so shocked at how people think they can just, like, behave And the way that people are so entitled to be like, somebody else will clean it up because it's their job. I just don't understand. Like, you don't have to be so entitled. That's such a gross way to think. Just pick up after yourself. Don't spoil Donnie Darko too. You don't want that spoiled. How are you? I've been to a few midnight showings. And I don't really feel like they're that crazy. I think like the hype, the build-up is better. Where you can fist fight rowdy guests. I like that. Oh, sorry, striking. I paid for a friend and her husband and child to come on holiday with me and my kids as I didn't want her to go alone. We had 2 rooms joined by a dog. We left after 5 days. Their room was a state. I made them take the luggage downstairs and wait for me. I cleaned their room a bit before the cleaners went in. It was unnecessary. Like, they sat there ripping paper to oh my god! Oh my god, striking, you must have had so much secondhand embarrassment. The thing is though, is like, I don't mean this as like what you should have done at all, but now you're not going to want to go on holiday with them ever again, and you probably don't really want to be friends with them again. Like, why aren't you cleaning this up? Like, this is so embarrassing. I will say the theatre has great moments. When I went that Dark Knight night, Batman movie, a guy slept through 85% of snores so loud that we were laughing so hard. Yeah, like some things you're just like, what the hell? But like, they're just like small things, right? One of my neighbours is outside singing to a song that's on the radio coming out of his van. He has the most out of tune voice I've ever heard. It's actually impressive how he hasn't a single corrective note. He's having a good day. I feel like I'm paying for my own food. Putting food into Fitness Pal is really hard. I used to try and do that. I think it's really difficult because like you kind of have to, it feels like you're guessing half the time, I think. I don't know what's with it, but all I can think of is why are there so many small pieces of paper everywhere? Yeah, no, it's weird. Midnight releases of video games. Okay, I hear you. Working them, no. When I used to be the person to work at the midnight releases, no. I don't miss that. I don't miss being the GTA one. No, Guitarist and I worked the GTA 5 one together, okay? That queue was like a mile long, okay? And I had the job, which I wasn't really fond of, but whatever, I did it, and I'm glad I did it. But it was rough, I had to go up and down the queue to like upsell, be like, oh, have you seen all the, you know, when you get there's loads of merchandise behind the counter, you want to pick up one of these, and I'm like talking to these people. Well, they just accused me of having already played the game. And they would just be like, you've already played the game though, haven't you? Because you work at Game. And I'd be like, no! Have you seen the length of this queue? You're going to play the game before me because you get to go home. I don't get to go home until the last person has walked off with their copy. And I've got to go to uni tomorrow. There was like masses of people. It was hell. No. No. They definitely don't want me back for GTA 6 because it closed down. I went and checked. I went to a midnight release for Fallout 4. By the time I got home, I was way too tired to play. I had to wait till after work anyway. Like, it seems fun. I think the hype and the build-up is the most fun. It's a mankind now, yeah. I'm sad in a way. I was a bad employee because we'd see the games in the warehouse and slip off to the side and quietly ring ourselves out. So, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that's naughty. Yeah, we did that. I don't miss it. I used to get prodded in the leg by some of these disgusting men being like, and they would be on ad contact, be like, put your number in my phone. Put your number in my phone. And I'd be like, no, I'm not doing that. And they'd be like, put your number. Like, it was gross. It was hell. Working them, no. Attending them, sounds fun. No, honestly, it's hell. The thing is, it might be fun, I think, if you're a normal person. Some people there get aggressive as well because they want their game. Everyone wants the game, okay? I want you to have the game because I don't want you here anymore, okay? I don't want you here. Like, it was, yeah, no. That never happened to me. I wonder why. It's so shocking. It's so shocking, isn't it, that so many people wouldn't believe that I worked there despite wearing game. Hello, my name is Melissa. How can I help you? Of course I work here. I'm covered in things that say game. Oh, I think I'll ask somebody else. Why? But you're a girl. Oh God, I'm so shocked. Goodness me. Somebody ring up my birth certificate and tell them it's shocking news. Awful people. I worked at Best Buy when the Wii U released. We all fought in the parking lot. For what? The Wii U? I wish people ignored me on the basis of being girls. Easier work day for me. They just wouldn't believe me. I had some of the most insane customers. I swear I came across some of the most bizarre people. So there was a person who walked up to me with the game in their hand and went, "How do I purchase this?" And I was like, "Just go to the till and you pay for it and then that's it." And they'd be like, "Okay." And I'd be like, and they'd be like 17. I was just like, how do you not understand? Go to the till. What do you mean, how do you pay for this? What do you mean? How have you picked it up and gotten stuck? What's wrong with you? Oh, no. Oh, no. Everyone should work in retail. Everyone should work in retail or some kind of waitressing or some kind of job, and then it will make you a better person overall. Yes, you'll have internal anger for the rest of your life. I still remember being screamed at and wanting to cry because we didn't have a Luigi Wii controller, and one woman took it out on me, and she nearly got kicked out of the shop, and I was there, I wanted to cry. I still remember the feeling. However, I would never do that to anyone. I would never. I'm definitely a better person from it. Yeah, no. So what's happening? We're chatting. Do you ever have that my son wants Mario on Xbox? He's so smart. No, you're wrong. No, I didn't have my son wants Mario on Xbox. I had my 7-year-old wants to buy GTA 5. And I would be like, I'm just going to give you a warning about the contents of this game. It's rated 18 plus, and I gave them some context. And then they were like, oh my God, no way. Absolutely not. Walked out, comes back in 15 minutes later. My son has assured me that you can remove all of the bad parts from the game. That you can't. That's not true. Excuse me, I trust my son. That'll be $59.99. Alternative suggestion for that? No, I don't remember that one.
Your manager.
Speak to the manager. It's exactly what it was like. We had one person who it wasn't on me, and I'm so glad I wouldn't have caught it. We had one person coming in trying to return a console, but it wasn't a return, it was a trade-in because it had been opened, and I didn't clock it. The other person didn't, but one of the assistant managers clocked it, that the sticker wasn't a perfect circle. You know the sticker that they put on to seal it? He looked at it, and as he walked past him was like, it's not right. And then he really looked at it and was like, "You've opened this." Mike caught it. Couldn't believe it. Mike caught that. He walked past it and looked at it and went, no. Saw it wasn't a perfect circle and then investigated it, and they were trying to... I know, I couldn't believe it. I was like, I was dealing with my own stuff, like... And then the person who was trying to get rid of it started like giving the person at the till hell. And then Mike stepped in and was like... Oh my God. But that, to be honest though, seeing that made me now understand that's how you can tell. Like, look, he's like, what, like 5 foot? Yeah, he's like, and he, oh my God, no, he was great. That experience taught me that's how to tell. Like look at the sticker, how perfect that sticker is. Because that's how you can tell if it's been tampered with. We had someone try and return a TV that had massive damage. The person was like, I just didn't like it. It didn't fit on my wall. No, Les Banana, that was a massive thing that happened years ago in the UK. People figured out that, I think it was Argos in the UK. Argos is the shop that doesn't run properly. They figured out that they weren't checking the inside of the boxes for Nintendo Wiis. So people would buy one, take the Wii out, fill it with beans or a brick, and then seal it back up again and then take it back for a refund. And I think something happened, like loads of kids on Christmas Day were opening their Nintendo Wiis and there was just like a brick inside it. Because they found out that because they just found out that there was no checking. It doesn't run properly. It doesn't. No other shops thought, good idea. I would be, imagine how devastated you'd be. But yeah, so that's how you double check things, like the circle sticker, like the clear one. That's how you can tell if it's been tampered with. Knows so much about circles. He knows pi starts with an 8. I forgot about that. That was insane. We need a conveyor belt to get items from the stock room. Genius. Yeah, you can just sit here and wait 3 to 4 working days while we figure out where it is and try and get that to you. Stupid shop, I swear. Ah! Look, I need you to know, game was the best job I ever had. That's saying something, because I started a full career and I wasn't as happy as I was at game, okay? But I went through it there, okay? I'd be a weaker person if I hadn't worked at game. I would be a weaker person. I wouldn't be the same, I'd be different. Where's my highlighter? Where's my highlighter? They were awesome people. It felt like it was all of us versus. Most of the time, some people were really lovely. Some of the customers. There was this one customer. I don't know if you remember him. He was like a little kid. He was like 12 years old. Every week he would come in, and he would never, ever try and buy anything out of his age range. He just wanted Transformers games, and he liked the like 3 for 10 deals, and he'd pick them out, and sometimes he'd buy them himself. Sometimes his dad would come in and he smelled like soap. His dad would come in and be like, okay, and his dad would like double check the games that he wanted to play. Never in his life did he try and slide in like GTA 5. He just knew. He was like, no, he wasn't even interested. Oh my God, perfect child. Perfect child. Never a worry. You just stand there for like 25 minutes looking at all the games, reading the back. I just see it. Great. Fantastic child. 12 out of 10. I hope he's grown up and is extremely successful, but not too successful that he's become a billionaire, because there's a real big problem now. Now there's a line of how successful you can become. Yeah, he was wholesome. He was a really cute, wholesome kid. Smelling like soap. Like, you go near him with soap, it just smelled like soap. And I'd be like, I'm so glad you smell like soap comparison. I tried to buy a siphon filter from Blockbusters and it was rated 18. Sorry, I thought siphon filter was like something for like the garden. Okay, I got ID'd some random guy that I think only on the camera started saying he knew me and I was old enough, and I got the game. When I got home, the game was not good, but look, someone vouched for you. I take you all a trip with me, road trip today. Some people get so mad about IDs. Yeah, so like, I had to do a thing, and it was, I had to ID at Target. He yelled at me, like, I can't unlock the register. That's really funny. I was buying paracetamol in the supermarket last week, and I was using the self-checkout, so they had to ID me. And she was like, do you have your ID? And I pulled it out and was like, as you can see, it starts with a 90. And she went, okay. It's because you look after your skin. Look, I'm just saying, and I'll swear by this, every single day, I don't care if you don't go outside. I don't care. SPF 50, every single day, okay? Every day, SPF 50. No one believes me that there's always UV when you go outside and it's cloudy, because we live in the UK. I have UV transition sunglasses. It will be the cloudiest day. My transition sunglasses will become completely dark. That's how we do. That's what Ghost and I do now. UV check, and we'll look at my sunglasses, and they'll be like sunglasses mode, because it's affecting your skin. Are you watching or following the Olympics? I'm not really paying any attention to it now. Reaches for SPF. Influence power is top tier. SPF. You want SPF? Genuinely, and I mean this so hard, and I don't mean this as like, oh, conspiracy theory. When I had the worst acne I've ever had in my life, like 6 years ago, I tried every product. I felt like I spent thousands on it. Over the course of years, I must have spent thousands on skincare, because it was my top priority to try and sort myself out. Nothing worked until I went on meds. That's really important. But the scars that I was left with were so bad. I tried everything. The thing that worked, consistent SPF. I don't know what hell magic is in that, but that's what fixed my skin the quickest. Every day SPF, 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 and not just a little bit either. Fully apply that. We have all the benefits of the oldness. Hell magic. They just put so much magic in that, and it's great. You should wear SPF. SPF, I swear by it, SPF. And a ritual every morning, a ritual. Because a lot of people are like, oh, you know, but my foundation has SPF in it. Don't care, and SPF. And the reason why is because you don't put foundation on in a thick enough layer to have the benefits of the SPF in it enough. That's why it's not worth it. You have to put SPF on. I wear factor 50 every day. I'm done. Son, try me. Don't you feel so much better now, Queen? Okay, so I've done the base makeup, and now I look like my normal self with really wonky eyeliner. Anyway, whatever. Let's have a look at the design of the side of her face. It looks to me as though it goes, let's do it on this side, because normally I would pose from this side. What time are we on? Oh, we're still fine. What SPF do you use? I use a range, actually. Excuse me. Currently, I'm finishing one off, which is, Is it that one? Right, so, okay. Currently, I'm using this one. This one, I'm currently using that one, all right? However, I got sent some free SPF 50 from Makeup Revolution, and I am finishing those ones off. I don't think I would recommend them, but I'm just using that. However, this is my secret superpower, but it's expensive. This is my secret power. However, this product, it's expensive. It's like £22, sometimes 30. It's like a mist, and you can spray this on the top of your makeup. So if you've done makeup and you're like, and you know how they're like, you need to top up your SPF throughout the day, and you're like, well, I can't because I've got makeup on. This one, is it greasy? No, you can't feel it. It's like a mist, and at first it feels like at first you can feel that like something's been put on the skin. You know when like you get hairspray on you and you feel a bit funny? It feels like that for about 1 second, and then it's normal again. It's really strange. So I like load this up throughout the day. Every so often I'll like spray my face if I'm out, especially if I'm like on holiday. I keep using this one. Ultra Sun is like a massive, it doesn't get in your eyes. No, you keep your eyes closed when you spray it. It's like a mist. So fully shake it and then just blast that over, over your face like that. Fully blast it, and then that's how I keep it topped up throughout the day. SPF 50, SPF 50, SPF 50! This is what I swear by these products. 50. This is the one that I used when I went on holiday. Again, this one was expensive, but I don't know what they put in this one, but this one was awesome. It looks like it's going to be really oily, and I don't know why, but it's not. It looks like it's going to be disgusting and on the skin, but it's just not. And it goes on, and it looks a little bit like you just look really well moisturized, like really shiny. And and it like soaks into the skin. So I mean, you're meant to put SPF on before you go out. I know everyone's like, I'll just do it when I get to the beach, but like, yeah, you're meant to do it before you actually go outside, so it soaks into the skin. So you put this on, and then genuinely, like, I never had any issues with being sunburned, except when I went kayaking. I got an issue with sunburning on kayaking because it was on the back of my hands here, and I genuinely do think that was because when I was rowing like this, water kept washing down the backs of my hands, so the backs of my hands were really burnt, and I think that was why, personally. But equally, I don't really think I put this on the back of my hands. Even on not this one for overcast days, like in the UK, but like the face ones, yes. These are ones I highly rate. It's like an oil, but it soaks in easily and doesn't look oily at all. I used it in Spain 4 days, so pale as anything. I didn't use it on the last day. I got burnt. Really striking. Whoa. This one you don't have to top it up as much, but I still top it up anyway. I like how sunblock lotion smells. However, that's probably some additive not needed. Do you? A lot of people don't like it. That's really interesting. Just be sure to hit your face with the mist. Don't spray it too far away, or it'll be less. Yeah, like actually put it on your face. That's what I use. I use SPF 50 all the time. All the time. It's distracting. It's so pretty. Thank you. Ghost was laughing because he was saying, like, on some of the videos that you posted on social media, for some reason, this looks bigger than it actually is in person. He was like, I don't know what's going on, but but seeing the videos that you've been posting on socials, it looks like a massive rock, but it's not actually that big. He said something like, I think it's the design of the ring or something, but it looks massive. So it looks 3 times the size. Yeah, I don't know. Regardless of size, but it does look big, doesn't it? Yeah, it's not actually that big, but I don't know. It looks massive. I think it's the cat ears on it. What the hell is going on outside? What are all these banging noises? I'm too introverted. I'm just gonna have a look on my CCTV. Your ring has cat ears? Yeah. Cute! But yeah, it's like, I wouldn't say it's massive. I don't think it's like that big. So cute, isn't it? I don't think it's like massive. I think maybe it's because of the little like diamond dusty bits on the side. So like from a distance, it's like extremely, that must be what it is. Like it's the bits on the sides that make it look massive, I guess. Suits you so well too. Thank you. It must be that bit. That must be what it is. Hi, Michael. Yeah, I mean, I think it looks. I think it probably looks like the whole thing is like, I don't know. Anyway, whatever. But yeah, he was like, it looks big. And we were kind of like laughing about it. It, like, it looks really, it looks huge, but it's not. But some people have said that like, they've been like, it's all I can look at. Funny. Santa. The shine on it is stunning. Genuinely, I've never like ever been fascinated by diamonds that much, but I can see like why it's very pretty. The way like it does catch the light. As a Floridian, I have plenty of time in the sun. I've switched to tallow-based product by Sky and Sol. Feels incredible. Doesn't smell. SPF 50. I've heard of the brand Sky and Sol. Yeah, I've heard of this one. I haven't tried it myself. You like it? Yeah, I think my current favourite brand for SPF, like holiday SPF, because I think that's different, is Ultra Sun. I like Ultra Sun at the moment. Okay, I'm just gonna film the beginning of the video. I hate sunscreen, so finding a product I don't mind using was big for me. Ghost is the same, like the way that sometimes it feels like greasy or it feels sticky. You know, sometimes you put it on and you're a bit like, ugh. This is what staining is like, by the way. When people are like, does it stain? And I look normal. For some reason, it always sticks to my armpits. I'm an armpit stain person. Okay, let me boot everything up. Okay. Let me just do some recording. So I really love the design of the bride in The Bride. So I want to try and recreate something like that because I think it's a really accessible design, but I also want to rhinestone it. Okay, great. I'm so glad we did that. Let's see. The design of this, it kind of flicks up like it's been, it looks like, you know when you do straw art where you borderline pass out? It reminds me of that. Okay, and it's black eyeshadow, but I wonder, no, I'm gonna go straight in with the black paint. I'm just, oh hell. Let's just do it. Let's see. Let's just full send it. But I will really water it down. I love it when this app breaks. Are you on mobile? One day, not today. Alright, let me just jump between some recordings so that my video doesn't look like I've half-arsed it, which I usually do. Okay. This doesn't make any sense. I should put this over here so I'm not consistently turning my head. Yeah, I've really watered it down because it's really strange. It's like a stain on the side of her face. So I've really watered it down because I am worried that it will, I'll do something like wrong. It's just some filming. So my plan is to do this, but then to also rhinestone it. Okay, I'm gonna deepen it up now. So I was mentioning earlier, I know this is a really simple makeup look today. I wanted one where I could blow my nose, but also, I'm practicing. I wanted something that I could blow my nose, and also I have a call later, which feels like a pretty important call, so I'm a bit worried about it. So that's why I was like, I don't want to do something where I've like committed and then I'm going to be like struggling to get ready in time for the call. You know what I mean? Just painting the wedding dress. I saved loads of money, but I got severely like hypothermia on the day. Don't worry, I can do my own makeup, thanks. Okay, so I haven't had my lunch yet, which is why I'm like, I don't really want to do the full mouth makeup yet because I haven't eaten, so then it's just gonna wipe off. So I guess what I will do is I'll just put eyeshadow on there for now, so we can see what that looks like. So it's kind of like it comes together, but it's not like fully settled. You know what I mean? Where's my black eyeshadow? This one will do. Hi April, how are you? Welcome on in everyone. My name is Melanie Cross-Zero7. I like to classify myself as a extreme makeup athlete, and today I'm doing makeup inspired by The Bride, which is the Frankenstein-y film that's coming out soon. I thought that the design for The Bride was very, very interesting, so I wanted to give it a go. How are you? How was your stream? What did you do today? Working on an eagle painting. How was that? Did you like start it today, or is it something you've been working on for a while? Jericho, right? Suspicious? No, nothing suspicious about that. Hi, Chronic TV, how are you? It's a good progress. I think I'm about 7 or 8 on the go, all at once rotating. Oh, yeah, okay, mood. I know you're a Lara Croft fan. I always feel like this is not. I think this might come across as if I'm aiming this at you, and that's not at all what I'm doing. By the way, I'm just letting you know, preempting. I think a lot of people are very judgmental about actors before they actually even get into the role. So I think, but I think sometimes people forget that the whole point of an act. I think people forget that the whole point of an actor is like to pretend to be that person, but we haven't seen her do the performance yet. So best of luck to her. I think she knows that they're massive boots to fill. Fun, fun. And I think, you know, anyone given that role would do their best. And if at the end of the day, if I don't like it, I don't have to watch it. So I think if we don't like it, that's okay. Maybe we should all be past the age of crying about films that we don't like. There could be constructive criticism, but just because we don't like something doesn't mean that we have to be, we're not forced to watch it, you know? I've seen a lot of people hating on it and I'm like, give it a chance. Yeah. But April, I don't know how much you are involved in the Tomb Raider community. I'm gonna go on Reddit Murder for 5 months, and anytime anyone brings it up ever, I don't, not at all. It's so hateful. I know everyone's telling me that like every fandom is like that. I don't know, because the fandom I'm involved with is Tomb Raider. It's hateful like hell. They don't like Tomb Raider. So just to give you context as to why you're probably seeing a lot of hate around her, sometimes as well it's the fans. Let me just give you some context as to like what goes on in the Tomb Raider community. You are not a real fan if you like the 2013 Lara onwards. You're not a real fan if you have never played the original games in the 90s. You're not a real fan if you play the remastered games and you don't play them on tank controls. And it's not the real Lara. She's not the real Lara anymore, because the real Lara had pyramid boobies in the 90s, and she was like skinny. So to see Lara Croft now with like shoulders, because she's like an Olympian when she's traversing over the coastal cliffs of Thailand and India, she should be skinny. So they just hate her. Like, just letting you know, they just hate her. I'm heavily in the F1 community, and you're not a real fan if you got into it from watching Drive to Survive on Netflix. Yeah, I've seen that about the boobs. Yeah, people are not happy about her arm shit. Like, they're just not happy. One of the things that I have noticed as well, which I think goes to say a lot about, I mean, ultimately, let's just lay it all out on the table. If we look at Lara Croft as a character, not in a in-depth form, she's a very privileged woman who is very, very rich. She's extremely academic. She's very independent. She holds herself, like she can hold her own ground. She goes on her own adventures. She runs her own team. She's like been on all these adventures herself and survived every single one of them, whether that's with the help of friends or not. But so to me, that is like, that's her. So why do we have to focus on her appearance? Why is that the most important thing to people? Oh, it's because they're really shallow and that's how they value a woman. They don't value her for the academics. They don't value her for the independence and like she's basically an Olympian. They don't value any of those. They literally only value the way that she looks. And so I think when we hear these things on social media and you hear people crying about them, it immediately tells you that's what they see value with in a woman. And I think that's enough for us all to be like, I know enough from what you've said that I'm not impressed. Like Game of Thrones, like my guy, do you know how dragons aren't real, but someone dyes their hair? Someone's hair eye color isn't realistic. Yeah, exactly. People are very foolish. So I don't mind. Like I'm more than happy. At the end of the day, like, because personally, I didn't really like the last film that came out. To me, it just felt a bit like I didn't really like the script. Specifically, I didn't like the script for it. But that's fine. I never watched it again. And I actually bought the book so I could like learn why they made some decisions. But generally, I didn't really like it. More than happy if anybody's interested to tell you why I didn't like it, but I'm not going to sit here for the rest of my life and complain about it. I'm going to be like, I didn't really like that, but that's okay. I'm going to go back to the other Tomb Raider stuff that I really like. That doesn't mean anything, right? Other fans liked it. So clearly it just wasn't for everyone. And sometimes I also think that when video game films come out, sometimes they're not really aimed at the gamers. Which is okay. Sometimes they're just trying to get more people to go play the games, or they're just trying to waste budget. And while it's a bit of a shame, I don't think it's the end of the world. I think it just goes to show they didn't quite hire the right people for that. That's a shame, but never mind. I don't have to watch it again. I just think people are a bit weird about it sometimes, you know what I mean? You haven't completed it if you use summons, then why are NPC storylines being linked to being... People are stupid. People honestly, like, they just want to gatekeep anything. And I genuinely, I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I'm not saying I'm right, but my opinion on it is I think a lot of people want to feel like they've got some kind of elitist hold over other people. Regardless of what it is, sometimes it's anything. I'm a real fan and you're not because of this. I've done this and you haven't. Oh, you don't know about that? That's crazy. Well, how can you not? Do you know, the way that people kind of act, I think they just want to feel like they're better than people in a certain way. April, it's so funny. I mentioned it months and months and months ago, right? Months ago. And so I kind of warned my community about it, and they did tell me they did notice it. We were playing the original. I feel like you need to get the right now. Honestly, I just think more people need to just be like, stop. Can you just be normal? It's a film. So I had to warn my community, like basically the Tomb Raider hatred. I think it's really sad. But I warned my community about it. I was like, when we play these games, the original games, we're gonna get people who are really weird, who don't think I'm a real fan, and they're gonna be like, oh, I played these I played these when they originally came out. They're gonna be weird, and they don't like the reboots. They think that you're not a real fan. I was like, we might see people like that. So I warn my community. Every single time I have played the Tomb Raider games, someone has come in and been like, you know, I actually played the originals when they came out in like the 90s. And I'm like, same. And they're like, so like, what do you think of the reboots? Like, because she's not right, is she? She's not really the real Lara though, is she? No, I really like them. Yeah, but like, if you think about it a bit more, like, you know, like, I always get someone trying to like, right, striking. At the end of the day, if you like something, then you're a fan of it. Like, I'm not saying there's no line. Like, I think that's great. Like, striking, genuinely, Some people think those games are boring now because they're genuinely so difficult in some of those puzzles. Some people don't like them. They don't find them fun anymore. Games have moved on. There's a reason why Pong isn't the most popular game in the world now, because games move on as well. You can still like the old ones, but you know, it's fine. It's okay. I like Pac-Man, but I don't play it all the time. I don't remember the last time I played it, but if I saw one, I'd play it. I think that's fun. Doesn't mean that, like, I hate it. It doesn't mean I cancel it. It doesn't mean I hate every rendition that's got. It doesn't mean that at all. People are so weird about it. I was there when Senna was world champion. But I wasn't even born. Oh my God. I had that with one friend who went to a Green Day concert, and a guy turned around to her and was like, "You're not a real Green Day fan because you weren't alive when they first came out." And my friend was like, "What do you want me to do about that?" What do you genuinely want? It's just crazy. These people are insane. Like, I think she's actually called Lara. Like, I know what I think. Oddly enough, Tetris is still the GOAT. Probably because it's really accessible. Pac-Man gives unrealistic expectations. What a imagine. These poor ghosts. But yeah, I just think people are silly. Like, it doesn't. And also another thing, April. Sorry, I feel like again, it's only because you asked. I think now as well, one of the things that I wish more people would remember, and again, this sounds like I'm aiming it at you specifically. Specifically, no, I'm not. I just because you brought it up. Another thing that I think is really frustrating is when we see things on Twitter, when we see things on TikTok, when we see things on YouTube, when on Twitter now, if they've got a verified mark, if their tweets have a lot of engagement, if their video has a lot of views, they're getting paid for that. Unfortunately, one of the things why I've moved away from enjoying social media now is because the more engagement you have, or the longer your videos are watched, the more money you can get. And the easiest thing to do is to complain and to rage bait, because people listen and then they get mad and then they comment. And I think that's why a lot of hatred spreads so much on people being like, here's the real tea on why Lara Croft is wrong. And you know, when you see videos like that, but then you see a lot of people getting angry and they're commenting and it boosts the videos. And I think sometimes we all need to remember that it's a game and we're essentially platforming that kind of content to be successful. So I think when I see a lot of like hatred and a lot of stuff like that now, I just try and remember that these people are just doing it as a get rich quick scheme. Yeah, it's not nice. I wish more people would try and just do fun things, silly fun things to, you know, post. I'll be like, this is cool, but that's just not the way it is now. It's, if a video on TikTok is over 1 minute long, you can earn money from it. So people sit there and moan for a minute and they get loads of money. So it happens a bit on YouTube as well. Drama gets views too easily, yeah. And you have like people starting drama with each other on purpose so that they can, and then they suddenly come out with something for sale. It's so silly, but generally I'm more than happy for Sophie Turner to play Lara. I think that sounds cool. I'll watch it and I wish them the best. I hope it's cool. I hope they have a nice time. I hope I enjoy it too. I'm not gonna be mad if it's like, I just won't watch it again. That's okay. And I think more people should be a bit more normal about Tomb Raider. And I think more people should be more normal about a lot of things, which is essentially just like, it's just Hollywood stuff. Like, it's fine. Like, it's just a film. Like, I don't really like MODOK, whatever. I've moved on with my life. I'll tell you, I don't like MODOK. I'm not watching it again. I thought it was pretty bad, but I don't sit there trying to rewatch it over and over again, picking more things that I hate about it, because I've got other things in my life that I want to do, you know? So I just think people are really, really strange. It's like a disease. Hatred disease. Some people are being toxic about the latest Warhammer drama. In this case, the Sons of the Nobles have been retconned to Children of the Nobles. So we have female custodian law now. In game that amounts to nothing, just an option for heads on minis. These Muppets say it's law breaking and true fans hate it. But the older players from the 1980s do it. For 18 to get 9-foot warrior woman. Okay, the law you used to say that they never left the palace at Himalayas. Law changes. That's the thing. It's like, it's strange to me how we can accept that stuff does genuinely change in some regards and not others. I think it's great. I think it's awesome when we try and reinvent werewolves or vampires and we come up with new ideas, because maybe, just maybe, some of the stuff that they've come up with for a fictional creature in the 1920s, maybe they were a little bit restrictive because they were only for one thing anyway. But we can try and like be like, oh, you know, maybe like we add this rule for them as well and we explore what that would look like. It's not a problem. The originals still exist. It's just people are putting their own ideas into things, and that's okay. Look at The Last of Us as an example. Did something change with The Last of Us? Oh, as in like the idea of like zombies? Yeah, oh my god, and people loved it. That's a really, really good example. People really loved The Last of Us, and it was cool, and it was interesting, and they really thought about it, and it made people really start to wonder, like, could this actually happen? And people really liked it. And genuinely, I do want to say as well, traditionally zombies don't eat people as cannibals. That's cannibals. Traditionally, zombies eat brains. But we've all accepted that change. And seemingly accepted it so far that people have forgotten that they actually used to eat brains only. So it's okay for things to change sometimes. Twilight vampires traditionally die in the sun. In Twilight they sparkle. So specifically in Twilight as well, the film didn't do it justice, and I always explain this on stream, but I think it's really interesting. I really liked that, but the film made it bad. Let me explain. So in the books, what was actually meant to happen, and I liked this idea. What was meant to happen was when they go out in the sun, they were like a diamond. So they'd look like an angel. It would look like some angelic form, and then people would be drawn to them because they would look like Emma Frost, right? Like Emma Frost diamond form. That people would be like transfixed, and they'd be like, the Messiah is here, there's an angel. They made them glittery in Twilight, the film, and it didn't hit the same, but that's what they were meant to do. But at the end of the day, as Les Banana has always said, Twilight got kids reading, and you can't argue with that. If they bite you, you become self-aware. I think a lot of people need to be bitten by one of those werewolves. Vampires are not real. Vampires can react in different ways depending on the writer's imagination. Yeah, but you can change things, and it's okay. Like, Twilight was a thing, and a lot of people really liked it. I really liked Twilight when I was a kid. It doesn't change the fact that people still think that like vampires are meant to be invited inside before they can come in and kill you. That's okay. Sinners had their own version of vampires where they all had like interconnected minds, and they would all share each other's thoughts and stuff. Like, you know, people can add these like things. I don't know if that was specifically with Sinners, but they added like it was a cool idea for a film with everything that they did, and it's fine. Like, yeah, they had like a hive mind, didn't they? It was really weird. I think people are too silly with a lot of things. I wasn't a kid, but it got me reading, got you, yeah, exactly. And like, you started reading more. That's at the end of the day, it got you to read more, because a lot of people don't read anymore. So traditional zombies shuffle at 3 miles an hour and yeah, bits fall off and they eat brains. And like, think about things like, was it World War Z, when they were like climbing on top of each other to like scale walls and stuff, and it's scary. We've got Resident Evil. Now we've got things like really popular games like Left 4 Dead, where you have the special infected, and they've got different types of zombies in there. And like, well, apparently that's completely fine, but God forbid Lara Croft dyes her hair slightly so she's a bit more chestnut. God forbid she dyes her hair. God forbid she goes to the gym and gets bigger shoulders so she's more able to like climb and scale these walls that she's doing. God forbid. Bisexual women famously never dye their hair. Bisexual women famously don't have shoulders.
Yeah, I just think more people need to. Sorry, April. I'm really sorry. I'm really self-conscious about the fact that I hope it doesn't sound like I'm like you specifically. But genuinely, I always rant off about these things because we see it so much. We see it so much, and I just think people should just be normal. You are 45 years old. You are too old to be crying that Lara Croft is wearing a sports bra. You are too old to be crying. And when I say you are too old to be crying about this, I mean you shouldn't have been crying about this from when you were 2 months old, okay? At 2 months old, you cry about anything. So yeah, I give you with the fact that if someone told you that Lara Croft wears a sports bra and you cry about it, you are way too old. And this is what matters. This is, yeah, well, I mean, it's full of adverts now. They never seem to run out of energy. We should use them to create infinite energy. Yeah, maybe that's what you should do. Well, also, like, they should rot as, like, tradition. I think my lunch is nearly ready, then I can start doing the rhinestoning. That's what I've been waiting for. Traditionally, as well, because they're like dead meat, right? They would just slowly rot away. They wouldn't last months and months and months, like in The Walking Dead. You wouldn't have ones that have been, like, walking around for, like, 9 years. They would have just wasted away after a while because the flesh would have fallen off of them. So you could technically wait out a zombie apocalypse, but no. We're all happy to accept that. As soon as, like, the ligament muscle fails, they're done. Like, that you could wait that. You could, technically speaking, you could wait out a zombie apocalypse, but because of the law and everyone's changing stuff up, like in The Last of Us, as you've suggested, things change and they morph into different things. They would freeze in the winter, the no blood pressure. So yeah, you could just wait for winter. Silly, it's so silly. So the original characters in Blade, the film changed his look and made him cool. There would have been drama about it in the end. Yeah, also, I'm really glad that they did it in WandaVision. I think my lunch is going to be nearly ready, so I'm just going to I'm going to sit down. They did it in WandaVision where they showed the original character designs and they looked crap. They looked so bad because they would look bad. They would look bad. They look bad, they look silly, and that's why they need to change it up. Fivehead. Winter is coming, zombie screams. No! I didn't eat enough people's brains. You're telling me she wears practical clothing when she raids tombs? Crazy. I know. Not in the 90s, apparently, but no one did. No one wore practical clothes in the 90s. Yeah, I think people are just silly. It's like chronically online, but in the most negative way, that all they find is stuff to complain about. I wonder what I should do with my hair for this look. I was considering, like, seeing if I could find, like, something to, like, make it wavy. I don't know. We'll see. They do a fun. Yeah, I've seen a little bit. They did it in Jessica Jones as well, didn't they? With dual suits, and she was like, "I'm not wearing that." Because, like, Jessica Jones. Okay, so Jessica Jones's outfit. Those of you who've seen the Jessica Jones TV show, she's like a detective or something. Yeah, she's a detective, I think. This is what she looks like. Are you telling me she should look like this? She should have been parading around in that. In New York? Are you joking me? She's a detective. They'd be like, oh cool, a dancer. I was like, they are a private investigator, thank you. Yeah, there's nothing. That does not scream private investigation. That screams undercover cop on the subway who doesn't know how to dress himself on days off. Alias, that's the Jessica Jones series based on. I actually bought it at one point, and I don't think I finished it, but I think I read some of it. The untrustworthy one in Apartment 23, yeah, with the laser eyes. I think you might see a comment. Yeah, it was so silly. Like, people are so stupid, I swear. The stuff that people choose to get upset about. I mean, I say that, but equally, I'm well aware that some people are like, don't try me, I can be upset about 30,000 things at the same time. And do you know what? Fair, I'm not that strong. Similar to Punisher's outfit in the comics, it's very skin tight. Not cool. Punisher's not cool. Taking pictures of me from the bushes. I can't stop looking, it's reflective, which is basically her own flash. It would be so silly, wouldn't it? Yeah, people. I'm glad that I don't spend as much time on social media anymore. I think some of them, I don't think that everything that I think of, I think a lot of what I think might be a bit outdated, because you guys know I don't really spend because I don't really spend that much time on social media anymore. But it doesn't sound like it's too outdated. What look are you going for today? You look like you bit into a pen. Yeah, I know, that's what's weird about it, isn't it? So in the new film, The Bride, which is based around like Frankenstein's monster and the bride, she literally looks like this. So I wanted to give it a go and do the same thing. My dad's still taking pictures. It's in the same universe as well, wouldn't it? So they'd be like, oh, yay. Okay, I got soup. What were we talking about? Yeah, so this is from the new film. So I'm gonna rhinestone it. So I was waiting to eat my dinner, so I didn't eat my rhinestones. That's what I was waiting for. It was like dilly-dallying around. But yeah, so it's a new film and it's based around The Bride. So I thought it seemed, I like the design because, of course, it's I think it's pretty accessible. So because it's so easy, and it does look like she bit a pen, it makes me wonder. I kind of want to watch it, but not in the cinema, just to see what happened, because it does look like she bit a pen. But what's interesting to me is the stain is also on the inside of her mouth. So maybe buying pens. You're turning the bride into a vampire from the Twilight films. Literally, who's also a werewolf on their days off. I'd argue the Wolverine costume too wouldn't have worked in the more grounded original films of Logan, but was suitable for dead. Yeah, that's a good point. I think that's true. Yeah. Why do my insides feel fabulous? I feel bonita on the inside and the outside. Surely I got a normal size spoon today. Yeah, I got a normal one. I mean, I think it's normal, but you guys probably don't. I'm having like borscht spicy soup to try and blast this cold out of me. What would you prefer, yellow spoon? Yeah, people are a bit. But yeah, it made sense. I agree with you. I think people just want something to complain about because they're unhappy, and they want to like point their unhappiness for a reason at something. I should eat that. Yeah, go get yourself some food. Are you working from home today? I tried to do a run yesterday before stream, and I felt normal, but my Fitbit kept shouting at me, telling me that I had hit maximum heart rate, and I was really stressed out because I was like, but I'm not doing what the hell? I think it's because of my cold. Why are you running? I know it sounds bad, but I'm like not well and I'm still running. You know how like you can tell I'm all blocked up? When I'm on the treadmill, everything clears. So it feels like I have a moment, like 20 minutes of just having my breathing system back. Looks like she got some dripping from her ear. Really? There's some from the ear as well. I haven't noticed that. That's a really good point. I'll have a look at the ear as well. Always running. I considered wondering if I could bring my treadmill up here. Walk on the treadmill while I was streaming. I thought this is a bit silly. And her ear as well. Oh yeah, on like the opposite one, it looks like it comes down here, doesn't it, zombies? But the thing that gets me is it looks like a stain. So I wonder if I don't know. It's interesting. It makes me want to watch the film. What about you, zombies? Does it make you want to watch the film? I find it hard. Just do the Lara Croft run on the treadmill. Did I tell you guys when I tried to do a Lara Croft? I tried to watch my own playthrough of Tomb Raider. And do a workout. I turned it into a game last year, and I didn't do it on stream, and I'm glad I didn't because I'm borderline. I thought it was the end. I made up a game for myself where I watched my own stream, right? And every time I was running, I'd have to like run on the spot. If I jumped, I'd have to squat. If I was shooting something, I would have to use like dumbbells to like do the arms. And I think if I was crawling, I had to hold the squat. I've never been so upset with my own gameplay as I was in my entire life, watching myself play, jumping around like nobody's business. I fully ruined myself because I also did the entire thing while wearing a 10-kilo weighted vest. I was so upset. I thought it was a good idea. I fully thought I was gonna die. I think it comes out soon in the next couple of months, zombies. I don't know much about it, but I've been seeing more about it. I know, Innuendo, I couldn't believe that I would just jump for no reason. I'm not even like jumping to go further, just faster. I'd just be jumping. So I stood there squatting, like screaming at my past self. Super fit Lara, yeah, God, it was hell. I think I only lasted like 20 minutes, and I was like, no, because I think I did that after I went for a run because I thought, oh, I've got a good idea. It wasn't a good idea. Fans, yeah, they're so silly, aren't they, Biscuit? It's like, I genuinely, I think people just want something to complain about. Thank you very much, Panama. Be in the lab of Dr. Euphronius and is one of the key ingredients used in the formula that resurrects the dead. Woo! So maybe like she gets resurrected, but she like coughs when she wakes up and it like splatters on the side. Because there's a photo of her when she's like, and she doesn't have it. So maybe like when she wakes up, it stains her. It reminds me of like Sylvanas, because doesn't Sylvanas cry and then it burns into her skin or something? Have you tried indoor rock climbing walls? Yeah, that's really hard. I did bouldering for a little bit. I was not good at bouldering. Punisher. It's just like, it's nice if they do Yakubu, but a lot of the time it doesn't really sing. But equally, if it's not comic accurate, I also think like, never mind. Like, I think people act like it's the end of the world. Oh, that reminds me. Has anything new come out about Marvel Rivals? Are they adding any more characters since we last spoke about it? Good soup. Elsa Bloodstone. Oh, I don't know that character. Elsa Bloodstone. Who's she? Nivea, so silly. Held for bullying. Welcome back. Hi, Kelsey. How are you, lovely? Thank you. I got an awful cold. She was in Werewolf by Night. Is she the one who runs the place? After bouldering for a day. Yeah. Brutal. Aww. AC, it was very emotional. I couldn't believe it. I don't think I'm going to put it on display. I'd like to use it. She was the daughter. Struggling to remember. Monster Hunter. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit better. I think each day I feel a bit better, but you know when like you wake up and you feel great and then you start walking around and then you start feeling a bit stuffy? I feel quite stuffy and I think it's like gravity, like being like, oh great, back to a normal rest. I think that's probably what it is. Yeah, wild. Everyone I know has been sick. Genuinely, Crimson, that's how it feels. It's like, oh, I feel a bit better now. And then I get out of bed. And then it's like, no. I think the worst part about how I feel is, you know when you've got a cold and it feels like the back of your throat and like the back down here, it feels like it's covered in PVA glue. Like it's, I think it's mucus, isn't it? And it just, every time, you can feel it every time like you just swallow something. And it feels like it's so like, ugh. I just feel like my throat's covered in glue all the time. But I think that will just, I think it'll go away after a while. I think, because I think what tends to happen is there's an overproduction of mucus where your body's trying to like get rid of it, and sometimes it overproduces mucus. Yeah, Jim, I've had, yeah. Same, it just feels gross, doesn't it? not lose the flexibility. I want to be strong, but like not overly rigid. Maybe in the meantime, you could do some yoga, like Pilates or something. We do, but that one I don't really find to be very effective for me. I've never really liked it very much. Golf's gonna be a thing of the past. Yeah, I have this really awesome one, and it's like a throat spray. Oh my god, it works wonders for me. But that's if I've got like sore throat, and it like numbs the pain for a couple of hours, and it works like instantly. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, 8-bit, so unhinged. Yeah, I got this throat spray and it's awesome, but I like, it doesn't hurt, it just feels like it's covered in glue. Hi J-Rex, how are you? Oh, April, that's so annoying. It's really unpleasant when you're ill. I know it's like being really negative, but you do feel like some form of misery when you're just like, we just have like a mild cold, because it's just, you can just feel it, like you get out of breath, and oh, it's so silly. Like sometimes I'm like, I can't laugh enough because stop coughing. It's annoying. But I know that's like, I know it's not the worst thing in the world, but you do sit there think, when I don't have a sore throat, I'm going to remember what it's like. I'm going to appreciate every day I don't have a sore throat. Oh yeah, wild. That throat spray for me would solve that problem. It was great. What's it called? Yeah, so I usually just like rely on spicy foods to like blast it out of me. Crimson, thank you so much. Most of the times I've been ill recently in the past few years have been because Ghost Nephew has given it to me. Because he's baby and he goes to nursery and he licks things and comes back. Gives us all the cold. Ghost's sister-in-law has been like consistent colds for the past 2 years. She's like, I'm sick of it. Sick of this. Sick of being sick, yeah. I'm sick, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. Chat, is my microphone being quiet, or is it? Is my microphone being rubbish today? You think it's okay? I think I probably just moved it a little bit too far away. You think it's okay? Okay, cool. I moved it a bit closer just to try and help. Okay, good. I don't really like having it in the frame all the time. Oops. That's why I don't really bring it closer. I don't know what happens to these alerts. I swear they control themselves. Because like they'll be fine one day and not fine the day after. I don't know why. Dusty, oh my god, 96 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's crazy. Rip Dusty's song. Rip Dusty's bank account. Holding their microphones in videos. Oh, it's just basically like you can get a clip on one, but it's just one of those things like sometimes people prefer to hold them. Just personal preference. The microphone I hold in videos, a lot of people question that, but I don't really care. I think it's really funny. I'll show you mine. This is Crimson, thank you so much for the 110. I know this isn't hooked up to my stream, but this is my microphone that I like to use in my videos. Sometimes people just... This is just the one I like to use personally. I turned her around because I realised I might get told off for nudity for Barbie. That is acceptable. Yeah. No, I think it's just like, it's whatever people want to do really. Sometimes people like doing it. Sometimes people want to clip them on. Other people just like holding it. I like holding it. I saw other people holding microphones and I wanted to do something similar but with my own twist on it. I like it when they're clipped on random thing. I like it when they're clipped on. I saw someone had it clipped to like a sword, like a tiny sword, and I thought it was really cool. And then I was like, I want something. And then I was like, yeah. And what I like about this specifically is sometimes when I hold my microphone, because she's got such a deadpan look, sometimes I just zoom in on her. So she's just like, shouting. Could it be a golden Lara later? I don't know, you know. I think this one being like, so you should pay. I was wondering if I should dress her up every so often or something, but I don't know. It looks like cheerleader vibes. She does like a pom-pom. Yeah, so I don't know. That's I quite like doing this at the moment. I don't know. Yeah, I got that's my one. Yeah, it's just whatever people want to do. I don't think it's a big deal. That's my microphone. Also, the head is on backwards. Yeah, I put it backwards because I thought if it was facing forwards, what if I got told off for nudity on like TikTok or something? It's like they're coming for me for anything. So I just spun it head around. Like a Yeti, they hold it rather than have it on an arm. Yeah, some people just prefer it. Maybe they feel awkward with their hands or something, so they're just holding it there to make them be a bit more comfortable. No way, Kelsey. No way. That's awesome. Oh my god, how are you going to get through all those? Is there any... There's, oh my god. Sorry, my brain's at like 9 miles per hour. Are there any there specifically that you're really excited about, or you don't know what's in the package? Body painter, make it family friendly. You know full well if I'm going to paint her, I'm going to do something really stupidly unhinged, so maybe might be best I leave it. With a microphone. Yeah. Oh, so much soup. Much better. Okay, we can do the rhinestones and all the rest of it now. No. Oh my god. It's not going well. Are you working from home? It's lunchtime. No, I don't think I'm helping. Sounds promising. I was talking about painting my Lara Croft Barbie. Oh. Gosh, right. I'll finish this slide, then I can open. Not that this is you convincing yourself. Yeah. No, bacon, Lara. Yeah, it's not worth it, Yakubu. Settle now. The Bride from Kill Bill. No, there's a new film. There's a new film called The Bride. It's about Frankenstein's monster and the bride and that. There's a new film. Looks pretty cool. And she has this like liquid stain on her face. And somebody just found out for me that it's also like down the side here. Like some resurrection fluid or something. So I wanted to do that and then rhinestone it because I thought that would look fun. New Dracula movie? No, sorry, Sean. The joke is I don't really watch any films. I just see ideas of stuff and I think, oh yeah, I'll paint that. But I don't actually watch films at all. Felt a little bit dry, so okay. We're going back up. We'll go back upstairs. Yeah, it's interesting. I just think it's cool that they're like playing around with the design. Be nice to see what else they do with it. Oh, that's really solid. I think we're in like, you know how like there's always like different eras of films, they go in like trends. People were talking about like we've gone back to like monster era. Oh my god, hang on. Ugh. I wonder if I have some like little lashes. Probably not, I'll just put normal ones. Okay, whatever. No one pay any attention to how easily I gave up, okay? Hi Kyle, I'm alright, you alright? Never mind. Anyway. How on earth have I ended up with so many lashes at all point for my right eye? How have I done that? What happened to all the ones for my left eye? Maybe there's something in the bathroom. I'll be quitting my job so I can lie in bed. Let's all quit. Anything I'm usually not good at. Hey, actually, let's be honest, how's the bass going? Or the new guitar? You had something, didn't you? Do you have any fingers left? There we go. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly record the next part of the video and then we can start rhinestoning the actual thing. Honestly, I think this looks really cute, but now I want to rhinestone the whole thing. What size rhinestones am I gonna do? This could go from the worst thing I've ever done or mildly okay. Let's do... Let's have a... Well, no. Let's look at this size. That brings you back to life. Ew! Okay, so the formula's like a secret potion kind of thing then, I guess. Right, let me see what size this is, like how big this looks. I think that's a decent size. That's okay. Do I have the pencil? I don't know if I've still got them. Maybe there's one in my rhinestone bag. The pencil to apply rhinestones with. Yes. Okay, good. We've got one. Oh my gosh, got it in my hair. Hi Hermit, how are you? Whoa! This looks cool. Tomorrow is a state of play for PlayStation. Yeah, that's the thing where they bring out new games, isn't it? I might put it on in the background. It depends what makeup look I'm doing. Because I don't know if I want to focus only on that. We'll see. I often feel like we're really spoiled with so many games now that sometimes when I've watched some of these things, unless it's Tomb Raider, I don't really feel as excited as I used to, you know? I think it's just like, for me, I'm a bit spoilt for choice with games. Whoa! An hour? An hour's not too bad because they do it, and most of the time it's just pre-recorded now, though, really, isn't it? Like Nintendo's Direct. They just make a video and play that. Oh my gosh, my arm. It is, and it's only going to get harder, isn't it? And then try and get a full house. Nah. Feels like a waste of a paint that I want to do. Shut up, Jack. I gotta get the practice in, you know.
looks cute. So the white pencil, I think it's wax at the end. I'm not 100% sure, but it just helps you to pick them up. So you just tap the top of it, of the rhinestone, and it picks them up. Obviously it's not wanting to focus now. Yeah, so it just picks them up like that, so you can just... So much easier. I've used tweezers before, and they seem like they would be easier. Sometimes it depends on what you're doing, but I usually find that to be the easiest thing. But when you buy like a set of rhinestones, they usually come with a pencil. It was a pretty cool movie. Do you know what? I actually saw that they were available on the flight, but I just didn't really want to watch much when I was on the flight. However, I have this thing where I usually on the plane will watch horror films because ghosts can't get you on planes. So I used it as an opportunity to watch The Conjuring, The Final Rites, and Weapons. I'm still stuck on ghosts can't get you on planes. They can't. Ghosts can get you when you land. By that point, you're not as scared anymore. You're like over it, so the ghost can't get you either. Galactus, yeah, exactly. It's too dangerous for that one. Ghosts can't get through to you, so they can't get you there. How often I'm buying rhinestones? Yeah, but if you ever do, the pencil. You want the pencil? Trust me. Right, let me quickly record me applying these rhinestones. I can't pick them up if they're in my hand.
I will now know. Knowledge unlocked. But can the ghost sitting next to you get you though? No, because that ghost is scared of horror films. Won't watch them. So that's so safe. That sounds like you really enjoyed it, Swag. I think I need some more medium size rhinestones. That's crazy innuendo. Yay! It looks so cute. The dogs are not happy. Aww. How have they settled into the new home? That's quite far, isn't it, Hulk? Oh, I was like, whoa. You just drive to Canada? Oh, I want to sneeze so badly. You know when it's like burning inside? Ugh. They have to wear their raincoats. Hulk's corgis are so sweet, but they're so interesting to me. They're so funny. They like and dislike very specific things. Yeah, no, it's so specific. It's so silly. They don't like safari hats. Really don't like them. They hate them to the point where if somebody I know intentionally will want to get a reaction, they'd be banned from corgi privileges. It just fascinates me so much how they just don't like these things. I want to be a panda. That would be cute and cuddly. Have you seen that panda that pulls faces when it eats bamboo? They're so cute. Hulk, in Hong Kong, there's a place called Ocean Park, and so on Hong Kong TV, they just have like a live stream of the pandas in Ocean Park. You just watch them on TV at home. Yeah, I'm fully putting these on one by one. I think it looks cool though. I have to have the channel on all day, yeah. They just kind of sit around a lot. When I went to visit the actual pandas, they were just eating. They just eat and eat and eat. Obviously, we know that, but like it's just funny. But there is a panda, and every time like it eats bamboo, like it breaks it in half. They tend to like snap it in half, and and when it breaks the bamboo, it pulls this face like, and they couldn't figure out why I was pulling this like face. And then they realized it's because when the humans were raising it, the bamboo was too difficult for the humans to break. So the humans would be like, and then the panda would copy them. So the panda's like, every time it's so cute. It's so funny. You see this panda pulling this like straining face. That's so silly. I've never seen it. Yeah, you'll have to. I don't know what you type in, like panda breaking bamboo human or something. I don't know. To try and find it, but it pulls this like very aggressive face. Because humans weren't as strong as them, and they were trying to help them. You know, like it reminds me of like when dogs. When the human, you found it, yeah, okay, good. You know when like humans like break their leg and then dogs like walk with a limp, and then because they're kind of like imitating. Reminds me like a similar idea. I know, it's so silly, isn't it? They don't know. Well, they probably do know, but they're so funny. It did, yay! Thank you. Whoa! I need that panda video. I'm already crashing out. Yeah, they're so so silly. Oh, Michael, there's a video, there's a picture in Discord now of the corgis in their raincoat. They've got face shields. I didn't know they had face shields as well. That's so sweet. Oh my god, office day! I emailed to ask why the paperwork wasn't done Monday. You didn't send it. Yes, I did. My supervisor sent it on 2nd of the 4th. Well, you didn't send it, so we didn't review it. In an hour. Good morning, Peachy. How are you today? Ooh, I didn't pick that one up. Poke myself in the face. Michael, did you have like a desk ready for you, or did you have to like just find somewhere to sit? A sentence and answer. Yeah, no desk. Last time I was there, I sat in the overflow hallway at a table with 6 other people. So you're just like finding places to sit. I think eventually people will like settle in certain seats that they'll classify as theirs, and then eventually people will figure out a place that way. But overall, it's not fun. That's not great. And was it a long drive this morning? Because you had to get there for 9, don't you? Oh no, did you? Did you have to get there earlier than 9? You said it's 9 now. I keep applying it and then it falls on the floor, and then I know full well I have no idea where that's gone. I'm not there yet. When I do start going in, it'll be 4. Oh my god, sorry. Sorry, I thought today was first day in the office. Thank you, Punisher. Maybe listen. That's sad. 23rd. Oh, sorry. I thought it was... No. We'd have a folding table at the desk. Sad. I'm not sure if I should do my mouth. It feels like I should if I've done the side of my face. Maybe we'll just full send. Yes, I did. I have eaten. So I think this is okay. If maybe we'll just do like the, not the inside of the mouth. I'll just do like the top bit. Watch me accidentally glue my mouth together. Another one's gone. Getting a wisdom tooth out. Oh my goodness gracious me. Are you dazed and confused? I hope you can get some rest. Oh! Another one's gone. Oh my god, I'm sticking them to my chin! With my... Are you gonna do... are you doing the eye wound? Oh, the one here? I don't think so. I think I want to keep this one like more glam. But I might try and see if I can do something with my hair to make it a bit wavier. Sparkly. Whoa! Let me do some filming. Uh-oh, I'm getting a warning that my phone's gone into extreme battery saving mode. Whoops. Me. Uh-oh. Honestly, it hasn't taken as long as I thought it would, which is good. What time are we on? We're at a good time.
This is gonna sound so dramatic, but it's because Ghost is at badminton tonight, so I need to cook beforehand and do like all of the stuff I would need to do beforehand. It's at 9 p.m. So I would just want to make sure I've got everything like done and ready, and I want to have prepared all of the dinner, so I just have to like chuck it all in the pan. You know what I mean? Because I don't know how long the call's going to go on for. I kind of also don't know what we're planning to talk about. So I'm a bit like... So I don't know how long it's going to run. Because sometimes I have a call with a client, and sometimes, genuinely, they just read the brief to me, ask me if I've got questions, and I say no. But I've already read the brief. So it ends up sometimes being like 20 minutes, and other times they genuinely just are wanting to know everything, and we talk for a long time, so I just don't know. Don't know what's going to happen. Okay. Let me see what I can try and do with my hair. She's got like, it looks like it's been crimped, not fully curled, so I'm gonna see what I've got. I have this. Maybe this will work. Here. Ah! What have I done? Which plug did I pull out now? This one? This one? That one. Okay. Like she had finger waves before. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe that's what it was. Mmm. I need to just get my heat protectant spray. 1 second. It's in my. I think it's in my bedroom. Having a great time. To be fair, I don't know the last time I managed to sing in tune.
my blue armpits from yesterday. No, that's not dry yet. I don't know if you heard it go tss. Okay, I'm not very good at hairstyling, so let's see how this goes. I'll be fully ready when the time comes. I mean, I'll try again. Hers are finer, aren't they? I mean, they're not as vibrant as hers, but it's something, I guess. Looks very slay. Bye bye! Have a good one! Maybe I would have benefited if I got like, if these were like thinner cylinders. It's good enough. But yeah, it's huge, isn't it? Ginormous. Peachy, have you seen those hair brushes, which are like a which also functions like a hair dryer, but you have to do it when your hair is dry, and it imitates like a blowout. Have you seen those? I was curious about them. Combat! Thank you very much! Oh. Yeah, that I can imagine that being quite difficult. Do you normally like straighten your hair, or do you just leave it, Peachy? Kunta Kunta. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, some like so does that keep it curly but stops it from being frizzy? Like it just kind of like clumps it clumps it down a little bit. Oh, I never thought about that. I never thought. That's such a good idea. I don't have curly hair, so obviously I would have never been like, oh, clearly. But I've never thought to. I could leave for a couple of days without worry. Yeah, because my hair, look, I really like my hair. It's very nice. However, I find the ends get really frizzy and it really annoys me. So sometimes I just want to like straighten the ends just to like, because otherwise I feel like I look like a triangle. Which I don't, but in my mind, I feel like triangle. But then I don't want to use like heat on my hair all the time so much. But I did wonder, like curly hair to me sounds like quite a hassle, I think. My hair looks a lot like the styling you're doing, but naturally, I like it's got like a natural wave to it. Ooh. I'm not doing this very well. I'm not very good at this. The dreaded triangle hair. I deal with my curls by shaving my head. Look, I'm not saying it's a sound I'm not saying it's not a sound suggestion, right? It's not my go-to. Also, it rebelled and it left. Got a solid kinky wave to it. Oh my god, how the hell? Quite nice. Do you find though that when you tie your hair back, then it doesn't show off? It doesn't show like a giant kink in the hair when you take it out. Michael's hair said that. Interesting, Cree, that's so interesting. Blends in with the waves. Damn, yeah, I don't have that. I don't have that. The worst thing I always find is I've spent ages like straightening my hair and it looks perfect. And then it's in the way, so I put it back a little bit and then I take it down and see it's gone like no. Wait. Blames the colour in the gel? No way. No way. Do you know what? I swear people will look for anything to be your fault. Like, no. So many women dye their hair all the time. They change the colour, they style their hair. My hair hasn't left my head. That's silly. Yeah, that's so silly. They don't want to take responsibility, like Les Banana said. It's their fault. I use the hair clips a lot. Yeah. Why is that not so? Why? This is difficult. Look. This was I slept with my hair in a plait last night as well. And it said no thanks. Maybe I'm putting too much hair in this. The shin 90-degree angle. Yeah. Oh no, that sounds so annoying. My hair is quite nice because, well, because it's not there. Because I cannot do my hair and the only people who are going to know are the other black people. But you just said you don't have any. In a plant? Sorry, in a plait. I have black hair. The times I went white, it did seem a bit too far, but man, it looked rare. No way. Star Wars lady changed my perspective on hair and was like, it's there to have fun with. You should have fun with your hair. You had fun with it. I didn't shave it all off. Oh. Okay, well, from what you've been telling me for the last 6 to 9 months, it sounds like you shaved all of it. I've got like an inchish on the top and then the sides shaved. Okay, got you. Got you. Yeah, nice. Just have fun with it. It's there to play with. I don't go fully bald because I think I have a weird... Did you, Theo? This one's... Maybe I'll do a really thin bit. Theo, I'm struggling to make my hair look wavy-ish. I thought this would help. It's not helping. Look at the difference! It's given up! Did I turn it off by accident? Is it on? You're doing great, sweetie. Heat resistant. I was like, why is my hair being? Why is it having some kind of like rebellious moment? Watch it be amazing now. Now I've turned it on. Also, does it mean that you're back in your bejeweling era? Soft launch. I need to actually see Look, I need to actually see other people being an idiot every day in their day-to-day life, right? So it makes me feel human. How do you not burn your ear off? These devices always scare me. Okay, look, the answer to that is not what you're going to be happy to hear. Once you've burned your ear off enough times, you learn to stay away from it. In the nice, oh, so much better. Yeah, once you've hurt yourself enough times with these irons, yeah, after a while you just think like, oh, careful. Oh, Peachy. Yeah, I did that. I did that, yeah. When I was I missed it when I was healing from my endometriosis surgery, I was really bored, so I just started rhinestoning what felt like everything. I was rhinestoning the Skull Merchant from Dead by Daylight's mask. And then I did that, and then I decided to rhinestone. Oh, Jesus, it's so much better. Then I decided to rhinestone something for Ramen, which was like a Destiny Ghost. And then I decided to rhinestone a Zelda shield for Cassie, which I would print them out. And then I was like, I want something rhinestone. So then I printed out a tiny polygon Lara, and then I started rhinestoning them. I was not well, like I was in recovery, and so I was really worried about like painting myself and getting like paint all over like my wounds, etc. So I was just like rhinestoning, printing stuff out, rhinestoning it. I was rhinestoning things like hell. Yeah, that was my recovery of it. I just rhinestoned everything. I got my hair done professionally for prom, and the hairdresser cut my ear with the straighteners. Oh. Do you know what as well? And I know I don't mean this in like a disrespectful way, or like I'm not trying to be difficult, but sometimes you don't want to react because it seems like you're being. I feel like I don't want to react, and I just want to be like, oh, that hurts, and I'd rather just completely tank the pain because I know it's an accident, so I don't want them to feel bad, but you can't help but like fully like rip yourself away from it, and then it looks even worse, and then you feel even more bad because it looks like I feel really bad. I don't want you to know how much you really hurt me because I know you didn't do it on purpose, but also I'm so sorry. That went straight to my spinal cord, and also it really hurts, and so I'm gonna cry. Oh, I know you didn't mean to. I would rather suffer in silence if I could, but I can't, and now I've made you feel bad too, so I guess we'll both get upset about it. It's okay, I'll straighten my hair at home. Thanks though. Yeah, I know, it's so silly, isn't it? It's so silly. Because I think a lot of people were like, oh, you know, if it hurts, they should know, you should tell. No, I know it was, I don't know, no, they didn't mean to. I know it was an accident, Yeah, I wish I could just like completely tank the pain and be like, oh, sorry, you just caught my ear, it's alright. Even though like it's forming a blister, I could be like, oh no, it's alright. And I could just deal with it inside. My scissors were so sharp, sometimes people wouldn't know. I nipped them and I had to hold the wound for a second, strike up a conversation. Oh my god! What the hell? I'm permanently scared, yeah. I was 16 and learning. Strike up a conversation. You've got someone. Yeah, you like it, Nez? I think it's cool. New fear. Yeah, there was another one which made me, it made me laugh, but I was also like, oh Christ, that's added a new fear for me. And it was a video like tattoo artists who, when they realise they've made a slight mistake and they're like, shall we take a break? But it's really them trying to figure out how to fix the mistake. And I was like, It's rhinestones. Doesn't it look cute? Oh my god. Just shut up, leave me alone. So when I was at uni, because I did graphic design and a lot of it was practical as well. So you'd have to do like practical mock-ups. So we used scalpels to cut stuff, right? Because it was accurate. So I've actually been really good with scalpels my whole life until the one incident that I had. FYI. Anyway, well, the 2 incidents I had within the space of 2 weeks. Whatever, right? Anyway, and I was so scared to change the blade because I was like, I think I'm gonna cut myself. I'm really terrified. I've never done it before. So I told my lecturer, and he was like, "It's fine. Here, I'll do it for you." And then he sliced his thumb open. Look, and I'm not laughing that he sliced his thumb open. I'm laughing, okay, but I did say. He was fine. I don't think, I mean, he wasn't happy about it, but it's okay. He literally went, "Oh dear." And then just left. You've got nothing to worry about. Yeah, there we go. And so every time I change the scalpel blade now, well, I mean, it's been confiscated, but every time I change the scalpel blade, I use a pair of pliers. There's no way I'm touching that. No way. Fingertip making a Gundam. Oh no, I sliced the side of my finger off when I was making envelopes, but it was okay. I stuck it back on. This tool always mystifies me. Mez, you make me laugh. I saw this video and it was so cute, but it made me laugh in a way because it was talking about how it was a black woman who was talking about what hairstyles she loves, like people with like type 1 hairdo, and they were like, "Oh my god, it's so cute when you do this." And I was thinking like, but that's what I think about black people. I'm like, oh my god, when I see like the bubble braids or like, I see the twists, like, don't get me started on box braids. Oh my god. And so it feels like we both kind of like look at each other like, and like Cassie was saying to me, she was like, what's it like having greasy hair? And I was like, awful. She's like, I think it looks amazing when it's like got slicked, like it's got slick and grease in it, and it just looks all slicked back. And I was like, oh god, we hate it. Like, we hate it. We're like putting powder and stuff in it to like dry it out. And she's like, no, we're trying to like put stuff and make it like look like like we're completely at the opposite. It's so funny. She's like, show me what she's like, save your hair when it's greasy and show me. I'm like, okay. We cannot do that powder. Yeah. So there was a trick that you could do. So here, okay. So this is like dry shampoo, right? And it's basically like liquid powder, which doesn't make any sense, I know. So we put this in our hair. So you see how like here, it's like super shiny. It's because it's like a bit oily there. So I can like, right? And that's like almost like a liquid powder. And I can put this in here, like here, look. And then it'll like add Hang on, a bit more. Add a bit more there, right? So then we get like a bit more volume, and then it like, the powder absorbs the oil, right? Okay. And then, here's the thing. I learned at uni, if you don't have a lot of money, and you've got dark hair, because a lot of them are white, right? Because a lot of blonde, for blonde people, if you've got dark hair, you can use like cocoa powder. So I used to like rub cocoa powder in my hair to stop it from being greasy, because it was a cheaper alternative. It's like, yeah, it's like scented talc. Yeah, so then like you spray this in your hair and it absorbs all of the like oils in there. So we're like, oh my God, make it always look like it's like a little, not too dry. It should look shiny, but it can't look oily. There's like a fine line. And so we're always like trying to... So like that's what I'll do, is spraying. So I'm like putting powder in my hair to try and like soak up these oils. Because I'm like, oh, there's too many oils. Yeah, exactly. I think it's so funny, and I think it's kind of cute in a way. How we're both like, oh no, you want to do this, and then the other person's like, oh, but it looks so nice, and we're like, no. Where was this hack in my teens? I know, I was like Googling it, I found it on Pinterest. I didn't realize until it was like a black thing that you need to put oil in your hair. I just assumed everyone did it. Oh my God, no way. Yeah, no, oh my gosh. So we can put like oils in the hair, right? But I wouldn't put it like anywhere near my scalp, because then it'd be like oily. But like I'd only do it next to my scalp if I was doing like a scalp treatment, and then I wash it out immediately afterwards. There's no way, because otherwise it would just look greasy. And like the insults we get are like, your hair looks like you've worked in like a chip shop, because it's so oily, like oil in the air. It's like you look disgusting, like dripping with grease. But then it was interesting to me because Cassie was like, oh yeah, and then you can like slick it. It is mean, isn't it? Yeah, so like I don't like that. No. But like that's what people are like. They're like, oh, it's greasy. They like point it out from each other. Kids are rude. These weren't children. So like they're like, people point it out to each other. Like that's like, so you don't want greasy hair. But it's so interesting to me, like listening to Cassie be like, oh my God, like I love it when like I see your hair and it's like, it looks like you've slicked it back with like grease or something. And I'm like, that's like, oh my God, what do I do? My hair is greasy and I have to hide it. It's mean. It is mean, isn't it? Look, these type 1 hair people are mean towards each other, okay? Don't think we don't, they don't bully one another as well. Yeah, Alki loves the hair. Yes! Oh my God, like slip. Ah! So nice. Oh my God! Okay, no, but okay, sorry. But also, black people's hair, when they do like when they put like patterns in the, or what do you call it? You know where your hair, where it falls? The parting, oh my God. And they kind of like draw in the parting and then like slick it up to this. Ah! So cool. It's like the coolest thing ever. They put like, it doesn't just go in like one straight line. I feel like a lot of people here like, I do like a zigzag or one straight line, but I feel like with like black people's hair, they can do like a thing that goes around there and then it goes like to the side. And I also love it when like, you like braid it in a way that it follows it, or like sometimes they go in, it's the coolest thing. I just think it's so cool. Yeah, yeah, the hair art is so cool. Yeah, it is really, really cool. Yeah, the shaving as well, so cool. I don't let mine get long enough. Honestly though, like the hair art is cool, but it looks like it would take like a lot of maintenance. To keep up for, because it looks like it takes a long time to do, to maintain that over like, I think that's quite difficult, but it's so pretty. Oh my gosh, that's so crazy. I think my favorite one is twists. They just look like magic. It just doesn't make sense how they work. They just look magical to me. Like, how? Wow, that's so pretty. Yeah, they do look so effortlessly gorgeous. My favorite thing is when black people put those like golden clasps in their hair. You know, those like little, they look like little, like, it's like a little, it looks like the miniature bangle and they put these clasps in their hair. Ah, cuffs, is that what they're called? I love seeing those. They're my favourite. I got some rose gold ones last year. Ah, that's so pretty. Yeah, I love seeing those. They're my yeah. Oh my god, they're just so like regal. And I love seeing them. I just think it's so pretty. I love seeing them on there. I'm always like, oh my god, that's so cool. From childhood about things in my hair. My mum put beads in my braids and I caught them on everything. Oh, I can imagine the little hairstyle as well. Oh, you never do it. Yeah, I know. I learned the hard way. No, seriously, so silly. Yeah, like in League. Yeah, she's got like the big ones. She's got chunky ones, isn't she? Nerding out over each other's. I know, isn't it so funny? It's so funny how like, I feel it's like, we look at each other from like different hair worlds being like, wow. I love what's right with this community. It's cute, isn't it? I think it was cute. Yeah, so like this, so this here, oh my God, crazy, right? So this is like a hair waver. And like, whenever you see people talk about mermaid curls, like beach waves, like this is like the beachy mermaid curl, like mermaid waves that people talk about. This is the tool. And it looks like some kind of kitchen item. I don't know. It looks like some kind of baking insane thing. But it makes these like kind of waves that go in the hair. I'm not very good at using it though. But yes, if you will catch yourself and it will hurt. But yeah, that's what this is for. It's like mermaid waves, and then you can get them in different sizes. So you can get ones that are smaller, and obviously it would be a bit more like, I guess like super small ones, and it would start to be like a crimper. Yeah, it does look like I'm gonna make like churros or something. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. So I definitely burn my ears and face off. Yeah, fair. I'm getting close to it, I think. I love beads. They were my beach hairstyle. I would shake them to the sound of the beads all day long. That's so cute. Like, because another thing is that I genuinely don't understand, is how, sorry, what were we talking about? One of the things that what was it? Something that I don't understand. Oh yeah, I don't understand is like how like black hairstylists can sit there and like do these braids for a long time. Wow, because I tried to do like 3 braids in my hair and I thought I was just going to give up. It took me so long. And then I'm like, how on earth are they doing it? Like, it's absolutely unreal. Like, they're just like there all day. And then when they add like the Connectolon and they add more hair. Oh my God. So they just keep going. Oh my God. You spend the whole time just chatting and having fun. No, I mean like their fingers must hurt. And then they're like, okay, yours is done. I've got another client. Another client? You're going to do this again? I don't even know how you can do this to your own hair without your arms falling off. Yeah, for them. Remember when I tried to turn myself into Avatar and I was moaning after like 4 plaits? And I was like, I can't do this! Help! Someone help me! Like sitting there doing it for 8 hours doing the paint's no problem, but as soon as I have to plait my hair over this, I'm no! So much TV and chat. Hair day is like an event. Yes! Oh my gosh, because like, but it's so exciting. You like walk out and like completely different hairstyle. It's so nice. Because I think like for us, like a lot of the time you kind of come out and unless you've like cut half of it off, it's not really too different. But yeah, I don't know. I just think like, yeah, the hair art's just, oh my God, it's like a whole other level. It's so nice. So pretty. Yeah. Oh my God, the arm fatigue. Yeah, arm fatigue specifically from like trying to plait my own hair. No. No. I'm really terrible at like styling my own hair. That's why I usually just chuck it in a ponytail. It could be an Olympic sport. Yeah, oh my God, like the way that like, just I don't know how they do it. I was watching videos on like how they, on like when people were doing their own hair and they're like crocheting their own hair. But like they were like using crochet hooks to like add in like extra hair to like do knots and stuff, and I was like, wow, it's crazy. But like the hair art goes so hard even for things like dolls, because there was a Monster High doll, Venus McFlytrap, and I think they changed her hair up, and I think they wanted to add Bantu knots, but then somebody, because one of the, I've sometimes watched videos where they like redesign dolls, you know, these people who like change them up, oh my god, and they took the Bantu knots, and what they did was they turned them all into tulips. So they built a bunch of these tulips, and then they stuck the tulips to the doll's head, and they made the tulips the Bantu. Oh my god, it was so cool. So cool. I saw that woman's eyes. Cool, wasn't it? It was really pretty. It did look pretty. I was like... The trade-off is when you try and straighten it to have to stay away from not only water and indirectional. Oh, we're in the flat. Yes. Okay, yes, I have heard about this. From just, like, from stars to fro from just mist. I had to educate my friends why I wore a shower cap to the car when it rained. Damn. Even the rain. I didn't even think about the rain. Arc says Barbette, yeah, honestly, they're so creative. Yeah, humidity's not our friend unless you have braids in. Okay. Sorry, Speak said, no, you're totally fine. Honestly, I've been outside with a plastic bag in my head in a pinch before. But yeah, no, completely. Do you know what? Fair. Did you, but, funny thing, did you see the girl who was bleaching her hair? And she was trying to bleach her hair to go blonde. She had like type 1 hair. She used like a Tesco bag, and she had a plastic bag on her head, but the design from the bag, like the dye of the plastic bag, like bled into her hair. Oh my god! She had like Tesco! Oh my god! Like the supermarket logo was like now part of her hair. Aren't we funny with all the silly things that we try to do with our hair? We're like, okay, don't worry, I can do it myself. So funny. Dye Fatanak. Should sponsor advertiser on her head. Yeah, it was back when like people used to have plastic bags as well. Yeah, you reminded me when you were like, I'd wear a plastic bag on my head. So like, okay, so I don't know how, so for the darling black people in my community who don't know about what we were doing in the 90s, I don't know if you knew, right, in the 90s, like at-home hair straighteners weren't really a thing, but at this point we learned like blowout wasn't the in thing, stick straight hair was the in thing, right? So so what like your older sisters would do is they would lay their head, I'm not joking, they'd lay their head on an ironing board, and they would use the iron that you iron your clothes with to iron your hair so that you could get it to be straight. I know. I wasn't old enough at that point to be doing it, but I knew a lot of people who were a bit older than me because of my mum's friends, like the aunties. And so like the cousins, they'd all be doing it. But I would use a towel over my arm. I know, it's so silly because we wanted like really, really straight hair. So that's what we were all doing. So I know you were like, oh yeah, getting your hair relaxed. Don't worry. We're just before we're going to the clubs, we're laying down on the ironing boards. That's what we were up to. Yeah, no, not before steam irons. Before you got like hair straighteners, like before they were like a thing that you would just have at home. When hair straighteners came out, there's a reason why they were like 200 quid. Unbelievably expensive. Now you can pick a pair up for like 30 quid. We had something that scared most black kids from the 90s to the 2003 called the hot comb. Oh! It was actually a heated metal comb. Is it this? Is it this? I bought it to try and learn how to lay down a wig so that I could try and help Cassie with her wigs. I was so scared of it though. I bought it to try and help me with wigs, but I'm scared. But I'm not even using it on my own head. I'm terrified of it. I was like, okay, I'm gonna learn, and then I got it. I was like, okay, so it does look scary. Yeah, being scared of it is natural. Okay, like, is it like a rite of passage or something? Because I'm terrified of it. I'm so scared. Okay, no, I'm glad that's not just me. Yeah, there is 100%. Yeah, okay, guys, it's a rite of passage. Got you. Heated metal comb goes through the hair. The grease would pop occasionally. Oh my god! Okay, so it styles well. Okay, so there are tricks like blowing and having a skill and having a skilled person. Okay, cool. So we don't have the skilled person, but maybe we can blow on it. Yeah, okay. I was like, I'm gonna try and learn how to lay down wigs because I asked Cassie if she knew how to lay down wigs, and she told me off. She said, in her own words, she said, "Don't piss me off." So I was like, okay. So I guess she doesn't know how. While I was coming in from the chat messages, we're talking about so what we're talking about is how it's so interesting. Like if you've got type 1 hair like me, usually versus like people who have like type 3 or type 4 hair, which is like black people, how I look at black people's hair and I think, wow, that's amazing. Like your hair is gorgeous. But like how black people look at our hair and they go like, oh my god, that looks so cool. Like how we just appreciate each other's hair. And we were talking about how like the hot comb, but I have one. But I'm too scared to use it. I was terrified of the unskilled or distracted mum for 5 seconds, forgetting to blow when it got next to my ear. Whoa, okay, so you basically have to try and like manually cool it down. Look like you've had a cartoon. Yeah, I know. It's somebody else mentioned that it looks like I've eaten a pen. Can be brutal, but stunning results when done by someone skilled. Okay, look, I'm. You're scary. You're all frightening me that I've got one, and you keep all repeating the words "someone skilled." It's not me. Anyway, I guess Cassie's the victim in this situation. Guinea pig victim. We had such crazy hair movements. Future make fun of Roger Rabbit from Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Would love to see the star. Who framed Roger Rabbit? I'm not familiar with Roger Rabbit. I'm so sorry. Girls are laying their own wigs on social media. I know. I see them doing it, and I'm so fascinated by. So that's one of the things. I was watching this one girl, and she was like, she kept using this stick when she used this stick, her wigs looked really nice. And I was trying to figure out, I had no idea what it was, and then Cassie said it was a wax stick. And I was like, what? So then I was like, oh, okay. So then I learned about the wax stick, and she gave me one to play with. Jessica Rabbit's husband. She's married? Oh, I didn't know. Oh, right, I didn't know that. I didn't realise. I thought. Rabbit, when she's not a rabbit. Les Banana, don't do this to me. You've seen how accepting I am. At my own, even at my own, like, suffering. Have you done Mrs. Adams yet? As in like Morticia? I did a Morticia for Paramount Pictures years ago, but I felt like it wasn't very good. Yeah, I've kind of done one. I felt like it wasn't very good though, because I think I just like, it just felt like I just put black lipstick on. Or red, I can't remember. I think as I've gotten older, I feel like I could pull off a Morticia a bit better than I could pull off a Wednesday. Oh, yeah, no. So, Paige, did you see in every shot for that one in the 90s, the way that they put the lighting on her was really pretty? Yeah, Rabbit makes sense. I just thought her name was that was just the name, like how some people are like, yeah, so I'm a Smith. Meg, thank you so much. Meg, do you know you're really cool? 77, thank you very much. Aww. You're so cute. Did you see it? It was a bisexual awakening. I did see it. All the sevens. Thanks so much, Meg. Appreciate you. Thank you, Xaven. Yeah, that was nice. I really loved The Addams Family when I was younger. I mean, I still like it now. Every time I watch that film, I see something else in that film that I never clocked before. One of the last thing I didn't do this bit. The last thing I clocked in that film that I'd never noticed before was when they're looking at baby Pubert in the cot and they're like all admiring him. Gomez says, he has my father's eyes, and Morticia says, take them out of his mouth. Oh! Every time. This is something new I notice every time that I think, huh? Saw fights, yeah, they were so cool. Sometimes I feel like they don't necessarily do the Addams Family justice as much anymore. That I think sometimes a lot of the stories are about like Wednesday breaking free, but I've never thought that was Wednesday. I always got the impression that Wednesday was very understanding, that a lot of society just they don't really like each other very much, but like their family genuinely all love each other. And I thought that was like well known, but from a lot of the stories I've seen, it's very much like Wednesday wants to be normal and you're not letting her. I find it really weird. Yeah, I'm not really into it as much anymore. I prefer the old one, just because of like it felt a bit more. That's what it was about. Roger Rabbit for context. Oh my god. Him? I've never, I mean, maybe obviously, I've never really paid any attention to that character. Yeah, a bit strange. Maybe they just wanted to like try and change the story up a little bit, but I think that's what I used to like about it before, but never mind. The second Addams Family where the Wednesday rebels against colonialism finds a tween. Yes! Oh my god, yes! I was like, what are you talking about? Which one? Yes, because that's the one I've seen the most of, so I always get confused that that's the sequel. I don't know how I've seen that one more than the other one. Because the first one, Uncle Fester, is like, not really a thing. And then they find him, don't they? I don't see that one as much, but when I watched it again, I was like, huh? Yeah, no, I like that one. I think that one's nice set. Your whole life! She's so funny. You thinking about boys? Homicide. But Debbie! Yeah, I know, you're just so silly. Pastel? all of that I can forgive. But Debbie, she's so funny. Yeah, do you know what? No, it's the. I would like to say that the film is full of great one-liners, but it's the entire film. It's done so well. It's not even just one-liners. The script's just so ridiculously funny. Yeah, she's really funny. Went on to play in Buffy. I don't know who that is. Who was that person in the film? To try to do character makeup one day. I'm squeamish because of things like eyeliner and eyeshadow. I want to go as a sun elf from Dragon Prince for Halloween. A sun elf. I don't know Dragon Prince. Squeamish around the eyes for like eye makeup and stuff. Do you feel squeamish in particular? Oh, because of using, excuse me, like a makeup brush close to your eyes, or do you feel like would you be able to like use your finger near your eye? Oh, the blonde one! Oh, I didn't know. I wouldn't have known. Dragon Prince Sun Elf. Is it a film? I'll have a look at it. Oh, I didn't know that, Michael. Oh, do you know what? I did actually know because I saw adverts for it all over Hong Kong. So I did actually know about that one. But I keep blinking and my eye keeps quivering with the brushes, so I end up just taking it off. Oh, okay, got you. So yeah, it's quite nerve-wracking for you. Let me have a quick look. What is it? Sun Elf? Dragon Prince? Where's my mouse? Ah, I see what you mean, but we've got like the little like stripes that go down and around. I got you. I wonder what the easiest way, apart from obviously not like just desensitize yourself, but just because I know a lot of products that can help you to achieve that, but they all kind of require you to still apply it there. Dwam. That's really pretty. Feels like the brown skin is so pretty. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, but here's the thing. It's like Mel from League of Legends with all Arcane with all of the gold that she has on her design. Yeah, oh my god, Mel. Love her.
been doing this for ages. Then you could just dab it instead of brush it on. Maybe. My right thigh is anime tattoo, so I was going to do furring casting, but now I want to get her with a hair wrap on each. Eating a popsicle from episode 3, I think. Such a mood. Ah, oh, that's so cute. It's a good job that you like saw it before you got it done. I guess you just get another one. I'm still watching Ascendance of a Bookworm. I don't mind it, but I'm kind of confused as to where the hell this is going to go. But I stopped watching it because it wasn't available when I was on holiday, and so I was like, damn. It doesn't really have an ending, it's more of a journey. Oh, okay, interesting then. That's kind of like good to know. I think I kind of didn't really like the direction it was going. Because I kind of just feel a bit sorry for... I feel quite sorry for a lot of the characters, you know what I mean? Yeah, I feel like it's getting a bit weirder now. I'm not... I'm like, okay. I'm trying to think of advice. I was thinking of doing the eyes first and then adding makeup around them to cover up and paint over the uneven mess for my next attempt. What I would do, Nithya, is I would start out with a gold eyeshadow and get used to that. And the reason why is because the ones that I would recommend are more liquid. And I think if you get that in your eye, you will not ever touch makeup again. Whereas like, it's just one of those things where you're a bit like, oh, but that's what I would do. What I can do though, is because this makeup is kind of straightforward, because it's just the bits going down here, I could do something inspired by it and make a tutorial for that as to how I would do it. And then you could work towards that. Right, because like this character has the gold all the way to the edge of the eye. I wouldn't put it that close either. I would do something around the eye to kind of like give it some space. So I could do a make it look similar. No, you're totally fine. That would be pretty straightforward, to be honest with you. This is going to sound like I'm trying to be like, no. No, not at all. That makeup look wouldn't really take me too long at all. So I could probably just do that on like... Oh! Michael, thank you so much. Oh my god, 100, Michael. Thank you very much. Thank you. It would be quite straightforward for me. I could probably even do that on like a gaming day or something. But I could just show like how I would do that. It's not really big deal.
Yeah, that's it. Honestly, it's pretty straightforward. But again, and then I'll like show what I'm using. But I appreciate if you're very, very new to wanting to do like character makeup and stuff. It still might feel a little bit out of reach for now, but it can be something to work towards, can't it? Is Dragon Prince the name of an anime or is it a game? I got into makeup because of character makeup right after my mom gave up on me. Oh no! Right, well, kind of same. I think character makeup is super interesting. Because I also think that it's really interesting that you can like dress up or dress down an outfit with makeup. But I can, yeah, I don't think it would be too hard to make a quick tutorial on that. An anime on Netflix. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you for checking. It's a TV show makers of Avatar. Wait, Avatar, the arrow people or the alien people? But while the concept is good, the writing was a bit cringe at times. The character design, the colours are great. Airbender, got you. Okay. Sometimes, yeah. I felt like that about some stuff. I'm like, okay, cool. It looked great, but there's some moments where I'm like, I'm not the right target audience anymore. Sometimes I watch stuff and I'm like, I think I would have liked this a lot more if I was 16. But I'm not 16 anymore, so this is for 16-year-olds and that's not me. But I still think it's very pretty. I want to do this bit, but I'm scared. This is my own hot comb moment. Ah! I've heard a bit how you got into extreme makeup. Honestly, I don't really feel like it's like a big story. I just kept taking makeup too far. I think there was probably just like a few things. Like when I was younger, I remember my art teacher was like confiscating makeup off this girl because she was putting eyeliner on. And she was like, makeup is for women to look younger, so why do you want to wear it? And I remember thinking like, no, that's awful. And I hated that, so I like went home and like drew all over my face with makeup. I know, gross. And I was like, as an art teacher as well, like, what the hell? Anyway, and then there was another one, there was another moment. I know, exactly. I think she was just kind of like a hater. And then there was another bit where my mum bought me the Urban Decay Vice 2 eyeshadow palette, and there was a silver in there. And the silver eyeshadow, I saw it and was like, wow. And then I covered my face in it and tried to turn myself into the Terminator. And then more so, like, I was pretty interested in like how for Halloween costumes, you could wear a costume, but it would be the makeup that would sell it. And I thought that was really interesting. So I always used to really get excited about like doing Halloween makeup all the time. And then whenever I would have like fancy dress days, I just keep trying to make prosthetics or stuff like that, and then I just kept going and kept going and kept going, and then I just did it all the time. I've just always really done it. But I think maybe the turning point was I tried to turn myself into Captain America, but I didn't have I was doing face and chests, so like these kind of things, not like the torso paints. So I was painting Captain America, but I just looked like I was a blue guy with an A on my forehead. An A can stand for anything, like Captain Arsehole. So I just realised it was so silly because I needed to paint all the red and I couldn't. So then I was like, fine. So then I started figuring out how to paint my torso, and then one thing led to another, and now I do it as a full-time job. But I'm happy. I like it. I love doing it. But I just enjoy it. Like, that's it, really. Genuinely though, like, it could be anything. It was all, I remember doing it and thinking like, Okay, I feel like I look more like Bellatrix Lestrange, but whatever. It's done now. Maybe I can try and use hairspray to make it look a bit bigger. Ugh. I still keep meaning to do like a Bucky paint. Okay, I've got to put some of these rhinestones back in because I don't want to have this many rhinestones just lying around. Surprise! Internal bleeding. The good thing about rhinestones usually is that you can kind of like just stick it to your finger and then just put them back in that way. John Walker. Oh, yeah! Oh, I forgot about him. I really couldn't stand that guy. I know he was meant to be unlikable. They did a good job. Yeah, pick them all up. I think that's all of them. Oh, I spent so much of today trying to find my rhinestones. They weren't in the designated rhinestone place, so I got really annoyed with myself earlier. So I was so late. I was like, where are my rhinestones? The Thunderbolts, yeah, I still haven't seen that, but I don't know if I will. Not because I think it's going to be bad, just I've kind of really lost quite a lot of interest now. And I really didn't think I was going to lose this much interest. I really lost interest. Yeah, no, I heard loads of people really enjoy Thunderbolts, but I've just lost interest in. No. Which is a shame, but yeah, never mind. Lost interest in watching a lot of like Marvel films. Yeah, same. I'm just not interested anymore. I feel like I lasted quite a long time though. In comparison to some of my other friends. YouTube just told me about this video. Is that the one I posted last night? That silly one. Yeah, it's so stupid. I didn't think about it until I was like, I was in the bathroom and I was taking my like mirror selfie, and then I was like, oh, I guess it kind of does look a little bit like a Predator paint. So I thought, I no longer have that same passion. Yeah, see, I think I was at that. I'm not saying you're gonna follow this stage, by the way. I was at that stage for a while where I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll watch it. But then but now I'm just like, I'm not bothered. Not interested. I liked how it came out. I think it. Yeah. I think it turned out pretty cool. New Spider-Man and the Avengers. Yeah, I feel like it should be, but I lost interest. I mean, I've lost interest anyway. Doesn't mean everybody else has, does it? Oh, that's nice, Batani. I guess that's like something that would make it quite different though, isn't it? Like your own interest versus like extended invested interest. Not much superhero stuff. I think that's how I started leaning towards more shows like that, things like Invincible, because I just felt a bit more human. I felt like the superheroes on the side, like Dispatch. I was pretty happy with that, and I enjoyed that. But yeah, I think there was some bits which I was just a bit like, let me put this in suggestions. Oh yeah, it does a little bit, doesn't it? It does look very 80s. I didn't wanna go down the wig route for this one because I feel like I wanted to do my own version of this, especially because it was like, it's a very easy one. I want to have your level of celebrity knowledge. I know you do. Honestly, I used to know when I was like, I don't know, like 12 years ago, I genuinely did. I feel like I used to know so much of like who was who. And then I saw, this is so silly. And then at the same time as I lost interest, I saw someone post like, wouldn't it be really funny if these celebrities posted on social media and they got like 1 like? I thought that would actually be quite funny. I was like, yeah, no, actually, I think that's really funny. So I just decided to just start ignoring them. Not because I thought it was 100% funny, but I just started completely ignoring them. And then I really completely lost interest. But then it's been so long that like new celebrities come out and I haven't and genuinely don't know who these people are. And I don't really watch a lot of films. So I don't really see the same people a lot of the time. I'll recognize someone, but I won't necessarily know that they're like really famous, I think. But yeah, it's nice. You can just start ignoring them, and then after a while, more celebrities come out of the woodworks, and you don't know, because you just don't know. It's nice. It is nice not knowing who any of these people are, though. I think it should be humbling for them. Genuinely, I feel to my core that if I saw someone like The Rock out on the streets, I'd just be like, oh. Like, I don't desire a photo. I just think, oh yeah, okay. I just don't care about them at all. But sometimes I think when I'm like, oh, I don't care, it sounds like I'm just saying I don't care. Like, I genuinely feel nothing. I feel nothing towards the idea of a celebrity. No, just not really interested. It's nice. I should 100,000 possessed. Yeah, did I just say possessed? Sorry, I would. Yeah. See, for me, I just don't really, just lost interest in them. I saw the Taskmaster guy in a pub once, and I remember just thinking like, oh. The only celebrities I've been following following EJ from K-pop. I really just saw how she tried to make it but got rejected, made it anyway. I did see that. That's so. It's sad, isn't it? It's sad that like people kind of like try to reject you and stuff. But yeah, I do think it's nice that, you know, you just see it as it sends you on a different path. It's very much like one door closes and then another one opens, but then sometimes I don't think this is very good advice, but I think sometimes if you slam a door hard enough, other ones will open. And I'm not telling you all to go burn your bridges, but sometimes what I mean is if you slam a door hard enough because you disagree with something and you stand up for yourself, sometimes other doors open up because they're like, damn. I'm gonna quit this job tomorrow, burn all those bridges. I did take a photo with Alan Rickman. He was the only person after the stage show that waited till the very last person in line. Oh, Les Banana! Did everybody else just go? I'm not, by the way, I hope you guys don't see it as like you're bad people if you want photos with celebrities. I'm just telling you that I don't care. I just want to make that clear. I'm worried about how I've worded this now. Oh, he stayed the whole time. Melcon. One day, Star Wars Lady is willing it into existence for us. Manifest. That's how manifesting works, I think. What is the sparkly paint called? Rhinestones. I'll put them on one by one. Mods bodyguards one day. So, she also has like the inside of her tongue is painted, but if I do that, it will, if I paint the inside of my tongue, like the inside of my mouth, it will leak everywhere. So I think I have to do that at like the very last second. Aw, that's nice, Biscuit. I think sometimes we can get excited about like people, but then we forget that they are just human. And sometimes things like that remind us that, you know, they're just normal people. Thank you very much. What's Blackjack Sweets? Jack Sweets. Thank you very much, Kyle. Oh no, no, no. No, I've seen this. I've seen that. I've seen these somewhere and they look awful. No. It was delayed. Damn. Yeah, Star Wars Day. So there's a new film, which I'm probably not gonna watch. Called The Bride, and this is Frankenstein's monster's bride. So she has this like liquid stain that apparently it's the resurrection liquid, and so she has this like it's not out yet. It's soon, TM. And so I saw it and I thought that's a really cool idea for like a simple makeup look, and I thought it would be nice to rhinestone that. Yeah, no, I haven't seen too much about it. March. Oh, that's actually a lot sooner than I thought. I thought it was going to be in May. Yeah, so I think it seems quite interesting. But yeah, they're focusing it on The Bride. It's just called The Bride. And I thought a cool design, especially because it's really approachable. I'm hoping that the design of the bride, and I'm hoping that the film is successful enough that more people can do this makeup look for Halloween, because it's so easy. Like, it's a really easy thing to do. I'm doing the NDA, yeah. Maybe that's how I get around it. Just do it so far in advance. Directs it. Oh, is that a big name? I'm gonna trust you that that's a big name. That's great. Yeah, so I'm hoping it's gonna be like. So I hope more people can like see it, and then because it's like, what a great easy makeup look to do for like Halloween or like costume parties and stuff. I thought it was great. So I saw it and I was like, oh wow, because it's so random. It's random is the wrong word. It's so specifically unique. To have this like splatter going up the side of the face, that I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Christian Bale. Yeah, Batman is Frankenstein's monster. He still kind of looks like himself a little bit, but just messed up. So I was like, it seems pretty cool. So I hope a lot of people, I hope it's successful, and I hope people like do it as like an easy makeup look for people to do, because it's like an accessible one, isn't it? It's nice. Like Pennywise with the 2 lines. It's such a simple idea, but it's so iconic in a way that you know exactly which clown it is. You know exactly which version of which clown it is. It's so easy. Yeah, it's so good. Like Elsa. The Dark Knight. Maggie played Rachel. I know Rachel was in there, but I don't remember what she looked like. Damn. We were so close, Jim. So close to figuring it out for me. Sorry. Yeah, so I think Donnie Darko is her brother. I've only seen Donnie Darko 2. Siege House is tough. It's tough. Cookies. It's hard. I just don't know. Sorry, don't know these people. So tough. But yeah, so I have a call in a few hours. So I need to go take my photos and videos, and I need to cook dinner now to make sure I'm ready for my call. I don't really know what they want to call about, but it's like someone I've not worked with yet. So we'll see. Maybe nights need to be mandatory, but I don't attend them, Michael. I don't attend them, so I don't know. Yeah, so fingers crossed. So I need to go make sure I'm ready for that. So I'm looking forward to that. Hi, Junior. You just popped in just to catch me at the last moment. Glad you got to see the makeup look. But yes, how's your day? Mine is good. Mine is good because I was able to do some makeup today. And I hope you guys like it. Thank you for giving me company today. I really appreciate it. We have Sunday movie night, so we can all watch Killer Sofa on my day off. Oh, blasphemy! Right, chat. So I'm gonna skedaddle on out of here. And I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your day. I'll see you guys tomorrow night for another makeup look. Let's go to raid Arenas. Let's raid Kayla. Good luck with your core. Thanks. I hope it goes okay. Bye bye, everybody. Thank you for spending your time. Okay, don't lean on the desk mat cover. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much. I'm gonna go take my photos and my videos and get myself ready for Junior. Don't call me pet names. We don't do that here. It is not permitted in the rules. Don't try to use day off as an excuse when you never take those anyway. I kind of take them off. I can take them off. Just because I'm out here doing 300,000 steps doesn't mean I didn't stream. Bye bye, everyone. Thanks for spending your time here with me. Bye bye. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow night, everyone. Thanks for giving me company. Bye bye.